never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The White House says it will not be intimidated after 2 Russian jets took down a U.S. drone. National Security spokesman John Kirby said the U.S. will keep flying in international space over the Black Sea.
We don't need to have some sort of check-in with the Russians before we fly in international airspace.
Kirby called the Russian pilots unprofessional and unsafe. He said it's not uncommon for a Russian aircraft to intercept U.S. aircraft in that area, and there have been other intercepts in recent weeks. U.S. Marshals are hunting for a man charged in a fraud case and who was previously an aide to former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan. Roy McGrath, an ex-chief of staff to Hogan, failed to appear in court Monday for the start of his trial on wire fraud and embezzlement charges. He's accused of stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars while working for a state agency. He faces decades in federal prison if convicted. The Securities and Exchange Commission and the Justice Department are investigating the sudden failure of Silicon Valley Bank. The probes are in their preliminary stages. John Sorensen of the Iowa Bankers Association says there are key differences between the failed Silicon Valley Bank in California and other banks in the U.S.
They're typically faster-growing banks. Whenever that happens, especially in an environment where interest rate scenarios are changing dramatically, that can expose weakness, and I think that did so, primarily because they were concentrated on a certain industry in a certain part of the country.
Abortions remain legal in Ohio for now up to 20 weeks gestation. This after the Ohio Supreme Court denied Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost's request for the court to launch their own review on if the right to an abortion is protected under the Ohio Constitution. This is USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
President Biden is taking action now to curb gun violence as he met with survivors of a recent mass shooting in Monterey Park, California, Tuesday. In a speech, President Biden laid out the details of his new executive order.
This executive order helps keep firearms out of dangerous hands, as I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearm sales.
It aims to increase background checks, raise awareness of red flag laws, and crack down on firearms dealers who are violating the law. New York Congressman George Santos is filing paperwork to formally declare that he is running for re-election in 2024. However, just because he's filed paperwork doesn't mean he has to actually run. Santos has vowed to serve out his current full term, despite being under a number of investigations. Today's a day for celebrating if you're a math geek.
Today's the day we celebrate pi. Not the kind you eat, the mathematical version. Pi, which is commonly rounded to 3.14, is unofficially celebrated on March 14th each year, even though the real value for pi is more than 62 trillion digits. And while Pi Day is not the same as National Pi Day, I'm sure someone has a deal on pizzas somewhere. I'm John Schaefer.
University of Virginia running back Mike Hollins is returning to the practice field 4 months after being shot. Hollins survived the shooting in November that took the lives of 3 of his teammates. Lavelle Davis Jr., Devin Chandler, and Deshaun Perry were all killed. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
What do you say? Ready to get this party started? Ready or not? Here we go! All right, what day is it? What day is it? Close out a Tuesday, we will work our way into a Wednesday, a.k.a. Hump Day, midweek upon us, 15th day of March. Progressively from time zone to time zone. Hard to believe. Midweek already. Wow. All right. Great to have you aboard as the crew gathers round the radio. All the news you can use. Got the latest, all the updates coming your way. Very interesting industry headlines. I think a lot of drivers are not going to be real pleased with the request from the Truck Safety Coalition. Yeah, they're talking about speed limiters and a whole lot more. So we'll break that down for you coming up here. Yeah, first of all, weather map is quite active tonight. California looking at a downright ugly night for travel. That's the way, that's the wording from AccuWeather. Travel through the overnight hours over much of, especially coastal Southern California, is going to be plain old rotten. That's their words. Yet another atmospheric river. It's just like, when will these atmospheric rivers end in the Southwest? Isn't it amazing? Just a matter of months ago, we were talking about potential water rationing, reservoirs at record low levels. That is no longer the case. Most of the reservoirs are having to release water. Let's start out west. Of course, we'll get to the other side of the country in the Northeast, where our big nor'easter begins to wind down. Some areas picked up in excess of 2 feet of snow. We still have winter storm warnings for a good chunk of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut. But again, starting out west, bracing for another potent storm from the Pacific that forecasters say will lead undoubtedly to widespread travel disruptions, aggravate the ongoing flooding problems, and again add to the record amounts of snow over the Sierra Nevada. This dangerous storm will create this plume of moisture, a.k.a. atmospheric river, that's going to bring heavy rain, like a giant fire hose from north to south across the storm-weary state on through the overnight hours. Problems associated with runoff and heavy high country snow persisting through midweek. Now, at this point, at least 2 deaths reported from the storm this past Friday, which also led to a number of evacuations, causing the National Weather Service to issue 2 rare flash flood emergencies there in Central California. This will be another significant atmospheric river event for California. Major flooding problems. This is going to deposit another 1 to 4 inches of rain across much of the state, with the exception of the deserts in the southeast, along the west-facing lower and intermediate slopes of the Sierra Nevada. A general 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. Some could see up to a foot of rain. Heaviest rain and worst travel conditions in the San Francisco Bay Area started Monday night, persisted through Tuesday morning. Yeah, the Tuesday morning commute around San Francisco was very nasty. Yeah, winds 40 to 60 miles per hour will persist around San Francisco through the evening hours. Even after the heaviest rain moves away, still less intense winds may be enough to cause trees to topple within the saturated soil. That will raise the risk of power outages. As of 6 o'clock California time a few hours ago, customers without power over 300,000, according to Power Outage US. As for the Los Angeles area, worse conditions in terms of rain and flooding were through the afternoon, continuing through the overnight hours. As I mentioned a moment ago, the travel through the overnight hours, plain old rotten. Now, in terms of atmospheric river impacts on Southern California compared to the one last week, this storm will actually be worse due to heavier rain that's forecast to fall in the scope of flooding and mudslides that may be unleashed. Since the ground is already saturated from the frequent winter storms that have been bombarding much of the state, won't take much as far as rain to cause problems, with a growing number of reservoirs now releasing water rather than retaining from drought recovery. Water through some streams are going to flow a force that hasn't been seen for several years. Moderate to major flooding is possible along some of the bigger rivers as this new batch of rain pours down and works through the hillsides into the valleys over the next several days. We could actually see some new evacuations. One issued in the Southern California city of Grover Beach on Monday. We had another issued in Shasta, California this past day with the heavy flooding there. The levees are stressed, which could result in additional damage or failure that will further escalate the flooding. We had a levee breach in the Monterey community last week. Over 239 rescues had to be made by first responders there. But be prepared for high water that may block your route. In some cases, roads and bridges could be washed away. Mountainsides becoming unstable could give way. Again, with the talk of mudslides and debris flows. Much of Nevada, about the northern three-quarters of the state, are under what they call aerial flood watches right now, as this atmospheric river will be working its way through that state. And eventually, this latest atmospheric river becomes the next cross-country storm as we look ahead into Thursday, Friday. Much of the central states, especially north central states, Old Man Winter is going to be back with a vengeance, with some areas looking at 12 to 18, maybe even 2 feet of snow, stretching from parts of the Dakotas, Minnesota, over into Michigan. Winter is coming back. The southern side will also see another outbreak of potentially severe weather from Texas through parts of Oklahoma, Missouri, into Arkansas. But tonight, a chilly night. Look at the hard freeze warnings all the way into southern portions of Alabama, much of Georgia. You've got frost advisories all the way down into the Florida Panhandle region. But again, pretty much hard freeze warnings for all of North Carolina, South Carolina, most of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, central and northern portions of Arkansas tonight. Chilly air in the mix. All right, around the country, our number 844-844-3388. Philly Dan out of the box. Drivers keep on humping. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Rubber Duck home, getting ready for bed. Everybody be safe out there. Southern Montana, South Central Montana. Hello, Debbie. We're expecting another 2 to 4 inches. Higher elevations may be up to a couple of feet of snow. From Wednesday morning through Thursday morning, roads will again be very slick, so check ahead and plan accordingly, drivers. Good morning, Steve, and all the overnight listeners. Joe Self checks in. It's cold, windy night here in Winchester, Virginia. 28 degrees, wind chill feels like 10. I'm ready for the warmer weather. Everybody have a good night, though. Shorty headed back to Columbus to grab our second Orlando turnaround tonight. We've got 37 degrees in Charlotte. Yes, a chilly night in Charlotte. Hello to Marianne, morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Happy hump day. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Where's Hunter? Okay. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. There's Larry with 38 degrees in Sugar Ties, New York. Norman from North Central Kansas on board, almost home. My odometer says I did 810 miles today. Yeah, I did 500, co-driver, 310 so far. We've got about 15 more to go. That makes for a long day, huh? Good morning. Who turned the windmill south? Timothy, yeah, freezing in the southeast tonight. Hello from Las Vegas, New Mexico. Rodney is on board. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. Cool, calm, and clear, just like Mr. Summers here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. A good friend of mine decided to move to India. While there, got a job at a banana processing plant. He was immediately fired for throwing away all the bent ones. Have a great show as always. Thank you, Dipsy Driver. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. We've got 40 degrees under a starlit sky in Humphrey, Nebraska. Getting ready to load some huge, unruly sows. They will, after a process of elimination, end up on your breakfast table. You know what's next, Steve? I'd like you and all the Overnight Drive listeners to say it together. A special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in Nebraska. Eskimo Mom gets her week started here. Howdy from Muncie, doing a drop and hook, and who knows what I'll do when I get back to tip. Roads are much better tonight than they were this morning from what I was seeing on the news. Everybody stay warm and safe out there. Clear all the way around, 28 degrees on the outside tonight. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, what do you say? Hello to Kim checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Pappy, 28 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? What day is it? Well, the answer, well, a day where we're one military drone short, thanks to Russia. Yes, yes. Hammer down, be safe, let it roll. Let's get this party started, drivers. There's Roy, Northwest Illinois. 27 feels like 19 at this hour. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Winter has returned. And Steve, your comment about the time change actually holds some weight. Maybe that's why it's never bothered me, because working nights all those years. That's Mike in Beaver Creek. You're kind of referring to, you were talking last week. I said, us third shift, us overnighters, we aren't biological clock. Our clock, as far as a sleep schedule, is totally screwed to begin with because we work overnights. And I don't think the time change hasn't really messed with me ever. Of course, I've been working overnight for how many years? 5-7, copy in the mail. There you go. Who else? Just kind of chatting back and forth. Oh, there's Rock Pick. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and the wise old night owls. I'm awake at the keyboard in Rochester, New York. Got 29 degrees, a little bit of snow, feels like 18. Come on, bring on the spring. Meanwhile, stay safe and enjoy, drivers. Kojak on board, headed to Parkersburg, West Virginia. Hello, Kojak. There's the Midnight Special checking in. I-81, Harrisonburg, Virginia, at the 248-mile marker. Bridge work being done. We're down to one lane, and yes, even at this late hour, we've got a pretty major backup going here. So 81, Harrisonburg, Virginia. Slow it down. Big backup. Hey, I saw that we may get a Loves at the 128 in Ironton, Virginia, says Tim. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from St. Petersburg, Florida with 64 degrees. Had a great day playing golf with Cap'n Ron. Nice to meet him, learn a little more about him, and put a face with a name. I'll be picking up tomorrow about 3 in the afternoon, headed back to Georgia. It'll be good to get home, and I'm going to take a few days off. Probably won't load again till maybe the 27th, unless something short comes up that I can do locally in a day, maybe. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. So a round of golf with Buckeye Boy this past day. What do you say, Captain Ron?
Good morning. Yeah, I got to meet old Buckeye Boy. He showed up at the golf course in an Uber. And he had this old ugly Ohio State golf bag. And he had all these golf club covers with that knucklehead mascot. What's his name?
Brutus.
Ohio State.
Brutus.
Yeah. So, anyway, I let him put his clubs in my golf cart with me. And next to my wonderful golf clubs. Mine are so good that the previous owner must not have been able to use them very good either, because I got them off of the curb. But I got my money's worth. He cheated himself on his swing, so he didn't get his money's worth. He's pretty good. It was fun to put a face to a name.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it. I had a good time. If anybody else gets a chance to meet up with him, I'd advise it. He's a good guy. But did you hear about the guy on that Players Championship on that water hole? You know, at Sawgrass, it's a little island. And I know you'd know the hole if you saw it.
Yeah.
This guy put 27 balls into the water.
Whoa.
In the first round. he had a 66 just for that hole. I couldn't believe it. But yeah, it was a good day. I'm sore. haven't touched my golf clubs in 2 years, so naturally got beat, but it was fun. Maybe we'll get to do it again. It's 50 degrees just north of Gainesville. Getting colder as I keep going north. I think I missed a rocket launch this evening.
I'm not sure
I got the alert. I got the alert on my phone and I ran out, and I was like 3 minutes late, and I just got a glimpse of something up in the clouds. So I think that's probably what it was. Anyway, well, that's about all I've got. Happy Monday.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Eskimo Mom.
Best day of the week.
Yeah, I was off Sunday night. We were going to go golfing Monday, but they kept calling for thunderstorms for Monday morning, so I canceled, and we went today. But anyway, well, I'll let you go. Thanks for taking my call.
All right. Well, thanks for the heads up on the guy. I'm looking at the story about 27 balls in the water. That's crazy. I thought there'd be some point where you say, all right, isn't there like a maximum score? I mean, once you get to 10 balls, you just keep going? Eventually you'll get one there, right? He went through over 24 balls.
USA News Update. The White House says the U.S. is not intimidated after Russian jets intercepted a U.S. drone.
According to the Pentagon, the 2 Russian jets were flying in a reckless, environmentally unsound, and unprofessional manner when one of them clipped the propeller of the U.S. drone.
We have been flying over that airspace consistently now for a year. Actually, before
National Security spokesman John Kirby.
We don't need to have some sort of check-in with the Russians.
Kirby says this is not the first time Russia has intercepted a U.S. aircraft in that region. I'm John Schaefer.
A Missouri man is facing a murder charge as he's accused of killing a police officer. Kenneth Lee Simpson has been hit with numerous charges for what happened Sunday night 80 miles west of St. Louis. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, under the industry headlines, let me jump over here. Got a lot to cover here this Wednesday morning. All I can say is these people with the so-called Truck Safety Coalition must be nuts. Their proposal to pretty much slow everybody down. Just slow all the trucks down to 60 miles per hour. I mean, I'm just a regular, everyday Joe. It doesn't take much to figure out if you reduce the productivity on an hourly basis, on a daily basis, for every truck in the country, you're not going to get the same amount of freight movable on any given day. You're going to increase the number of trucks, probably by the thousands, to pick up the slack of lost productivity. The more vehicles you have interacting with one another, the more likelihood accidents will occur. It's simple logic. In a letter to the Transportation Secretary, the Truck Safety Coalition calling for mandated speed limiters and automatic emergency brakes on all commercial motor vehicles. They want 60 miles per hour. For years, the Department of Transportation has delayed and deferred critical regulatory actions, bowing to the sustained opposition of the special trucking interest that compromise the safety of all trucks, including those transporting hazardous materials. Yes, signed off by the likes of Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, Parents Against Tired Truckers, Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. The group used the recent attention to the railroad spill in East Palestine, Ohio, to ask Buttigieg to take measures to prevent truck crashes involving hazardous materials. Now, the coalition asking Buttigieg to issue the following measures in the trucking industry: mandated automatic emergency braking, mandated speed limiters, reformed hours of service, and required sleep apnea screening. Sleep apnea coming back to the picture. and a mandated knowledge exam for new motor carriers. Many of those proposals face obviously significant opposition in the trucking industry. We'll get to the automatic emergency braking. Speed limiters saying speed kills. The Truck Safety Coalition wants trucks to be limited to a maximum speed of 60 miles per hour. Now, last year, the FMCSA issued their advance notice of proposed rulemaking that considers requiring commercial vehicles with a vehicle weight of 26,001 pounds or more to be equipped with speed-limiting devices. Now, top speed was not determined in that advance notice. Previous proposals floated the possibilities of 60, 65, and 68 miles per hour. According to the regulations.gov website, more than 15,000 comments were submitted to the MCSA in response to that. The turnout for that proposal dramatically larger than most FMCSA notices, and an overwhelming majority of the comments made the agency aware that truckers will fight this every step of the way. Opponents point to the large speed differentials that would be created. Limiting trucks to 60, forcing trucks to be 25, 30 miles per hour slower than the general flow of traffic on the same road in some instances. Of course, OOIDA has opposed this for years. Small business truck drivers strongly object to any speed limit or mandate for several other reasons based on their own experiences. Speed limiters take control of the truck away from drivers, denying them the ability to avoid accidents and unsafe road and traffic conditions. It increases drivers' stress. It makes drivers more fatigued because they have to work longer hours to complete the work expected. And they have to operate at the maximum allowed speed for more of those hours. Now, the FMCSA is expected to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking regarding speed limiters later this year. Sleep apnea. Been a while since we've talked about mandating sleep apnea testing. Many of the larger carriers have been doing that for many years now. Back in 2018, OOIDA petitioned the FMCSA for more flexibility in the hours of service regulations. Some of the aspects of that petition were included in a rule change that took effect in September of 2020. Now, the Truck Safety Coalition wants that taken back. Take it away. We urge you to restore the 2011 rule immediately and require a 30-minute rest break after 8 hours that does not allow non-driving work. Additionally, the DOT should reinstitute the rulemaking requiring screening and treatment of safety-sensitive personnel for obstructive sleep apnea, something the DOT already requires for airline pilots. In contrast, OOIDA believes granting professional drivers even more flexibility will lead to greater safety outcomes. As the FMCSA is well aware, truckers face delays and challenges beyond their control every day. Whether it's weather, traffic accidents, excessive detention time, drivers face obstacles that make it difficult or nearly impossible to safely complete their work. All of these drivers, not just those in a single industry, want regulations that recognize these challenges while still looking to ensure safety. Of course, OOIDA has also been opposed to required testing for sleep apnea. The one other, let me see, we're not going to really mess with the knowledge exam, but the automatic emergency braking, the coalition asking the DOT to move expeditiously to issue a comprehensive automatic emergency braking standard that mandates this technology on all new trucks. The FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration are soon indeed expected to issue a joint proposal regarding the braking systems on heavy-duty trucks. According to the recently released regulatory agenda, the plan is to publish the notice of proposed rulemaking sometime this month. Previously, the notice was expected to be unveiled back in January, but so probably in the next few weeks this will be released. They will then seek comments on the proposal to require and or standardize equipment performance for automatic emergency braking systems. They're expected to propose performance standards and motor carrier maintenance requirements for automatic emergency brakes on heavy trucks and accompanying test procedures for measuring performance. All right, OOIDA continues to oppose any attempts to require automatic braking systems on heavy-duty trucks. The technology must be perfected before any sort of mandate is put into place. If we're going to foist this mandate on the entire industry, we better make sure the technology's been perfected or as close to perfection as technologically possible. Colin Long, the Director of Governmental Affairs, and we know from our drivers, the technology is not there yet. But could you imagine 60 miles per hour? 17 before the hour. All right, we'll get to our prices at the pump here. The latest on the bank failure. Is it over? Many are saying no. There's more yet to come. The markets kind of rebounded this past day. Some of the major losses to some of the bank stocks did rebound. Some actually went the opposite direction. Some are prognosticating Credit Suisse. That's a pretty big bank. Could be the next to go under. So we'll give you the latest on that coming up here. First, let's get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What do you say? Brain Dead, good morning.
Morning, Steve. Hey, last night you were talking about that blizzard of 93, and I don't remember that too well. I do remember the ice storm of 94, because I was a junior in high school at that carbon dates me, and I remember being out of school for about almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, the big ice storm. I remember that as well. Yeah, the blizzard of 93, that's, you probably don't remember it because it was east of you. Everything's, it's kind of started there in northwest Georgia and then went up through Tennessee and on up the eastern seaboard. You probably didn't get much of anything out of it.
No, I don't. Like I said, I don't remember. I just remember we got dismissed to school at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and it started hitting about 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and I go outside about 3 or 4 o'clock to see maybe if the mail came, because my dad didn't want to go out, and you heard the trees popping. It sounded like gunshots were going off.
Yeah.
And we luckily, knock on wood, lost power for about a day. But we had a fireplace that kept us warm, so we didn't have nothing to worry about because we had an older home. For the life of me, I don't know why they're not putting these damn fireplaces back in. I know the environmental wackos or nut jobs or whatever you want to call them want to get rid of it. But, when it gets cold like this, you lose power. At least you have some way to stay warm. I guess they're forgetting that aspect of it, that you can lose power in the wintertime. But, Dingbat had a job interview today, so I hope she gets it some working for an LTL company on the dock. So, let's see. Yeah, you're talking about the speed limiters. I told you before, Steve, it don't surprise me if they try to push this through. We have so many of these new people that are coming in that all they got to do is get a DOT authority. When they get the authority, go down to Ryder or Penske, rent a truck, find somewhere, rent a trailer, and they're in the freight hauling business. I mean, these guys drive reckless. Pulling the Amazon trailers, they are literally dangerous, Steve. I can't count how many times from Memphis to Little Rock or vice versa, these guys are running 3 inches off somebody's bumper, flashing lights, blowing horns, flipping the bird, and they want to know why the safety groups like this want to push the speed limiters through. I mean, it's a no-brainer. We have a new breed out here these days, Steve.
Yep.
I saw a TikTok I shared with like Eskimo Mom and a few other people of a kid, and I use the word kid loosely here, who blocked his dispatcher because dispatch wanted him to go get a load, and he refused to move the truck until somebody came out to where he was sitting at to change the headlight out. I'd have to send that one to you, Steve.
Okay.
But the sleep apnea, yeah, I kind of had a feeling that was going to creep back in. I mean, I've been fighting a lot of these physical places for that for years. But, before I forget, I had a really nice encounter with an old friend of mine tonight, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. See, tonight, last couple of weeks, Dingbat's been taking me to and from work because her van's been down, and her boss kind of a little flexible about taking me back home. So anyway, we left kind of early, stopped by one of them little fast food joints by the house, and I seen this guy in a suit, and he looked familiar, and it was a guy that I grew up with, Steve. And he was passing through, heading back home where he lives at now. And we got to catching up, and he owns his own business, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
You'll never guess. You never guess what he does.
What's that?
He makes signs for businesses.
Okay.
Just makes signs. A boatload of money a year. I said, "Oh, really? Who you doing work for? Like individuals? Because I need some stuff done for the shop." He said, No. I do it for one customer and only one customer, Steve. I said, "Well, who's that customer?" He says, "Well, between you and me, it's McDonald's." I said, "Oh, really?" He goes, "Oh, yeah. I have to crank out about 200 signs a day, and when they're really cranking up production, I got to get out 2,000 a week." I said, "Really? You must be making big bucks." So I'm putting those signs on the outside. He said, "Nope, they go on the inside." I said, "Oh, the new menu boards when they come up with something new." He says, "No, not even that." I said, "So what is it?" He goes, "Sorry, but the ice cream machine is broken." Out of me.
All right. There you go, brain dead. Buckeye Boy, he said it's the 17th hole, Island Green at Sawgrass. Yeah, I'm surprised that guy had that many balls in his bag. It was a tin cup moment. Yeah, the story that Captain Ron was talking about. 17th hole, TPC Sawgrass can make professional golfers look like a 10 handicap at times. Just ask Bob Tway, who dunked 4 balls in the water during the 2005 Players Championship and walked off the 137th yard hole, with a 9 over 12. But what happens when a regular Joe attempts to conquer the Island Green? For amateur golfer Angelo Spagnolo, the dream of playing TPC Sawgrass turned into a nightmare when he splashed 27 balls in the water on the 17th and walked away with a score that the pros would be happy to have over 18 holes. This near-death experience on the 17th hole at TPC Sawgrass ended in a 66. Back in 1986, Golf Digest magazine sponsored a contest to find America's worst avid golfer. 4 high handicaps made their way to the TPC Sawgrass Stadium course to compete in the contest. One of them was 31-year-old Angelo Spagnolo, who carried a handicap of 56. He struggled to a 104 over par start through the first 16 holes, but it got worse on the famed 17th. After plunking his tee shot in the drink, he moved to the drop zone and proceeded to shank ball after ball into the water surrounding the island green. He was able to land his ball on the green 7 times, but it rolled over the back edge every time because he couldn't get enough loft on the approach. That could have been the English Channel I was trying to hit across, he said. At the time, it was that daunting of a shot. Looked like a near impossible idea to contemplate. And eventually, like after 27 balls in the water, he gave up on trying to hit the green. Instead, he reluctantly took out his putter, meandered his way around the left side of the hole until finally making it up the narrow walkway to the green. Finally reached the putting surface on his 63rd stroke, then 3-putted for a final score of 66. Let's see. It's 844-844-3388. We return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, responding to the request to mandate the automatic braking system, Buckeye Boy appropriately points out, they did not perfect the emissions systems or the e-logs before they mandated them. Matter of fact, they let the e-log manufacturers self-certify. And after years now, that self-certifying process is still there, but you notice the number of e-logs. We've had several this year already that have been declared, scratch them from the list. You got to get a new one. Now they're going to try to mandate things that the lawmakers are getting the most money from, or the best stock purchase price. And of course, Dipsy Driver, if you're going to mandate 60 miles per hour, I mean, speed limits in parts of Michigan are 75. Can you imagine coming up on a truck doing 60? If that's an accident waiting to happen. Yes, there are states out west. Norman points out there's 80 mile per hour stretches in parts of the state of Wyoming. Yeah, I mean, and how many years have we talked about split speed limits, mandating the speeds for the automobiles, say it's 70 for the cars and maybe 65 or 60 for the trucks. There's been states with 15 mile per hour differentials in the speeds. For years and years, we fought and battled to eliminate those speed differentials because study after study after study clearly shows traffic moving at the general same rate of speed, the general flow of traffic is much safer. You lessen the amount of interaction between the cars and the trucks. We see it every day because the number of trucks that are currently running on speed limiters at 63 or 65. When the cars are coming up doing 70, they're not going to sit behind that 63 mile an hour truck. You've got to get over, right or left to go around. More interaction. But I digress. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A nor'easter is bringing snow, rain, and high winds to the East Coast. There are well over 300,000 power outages so far, and flight delays are piling up. Upstate New York and most of New England are feeling the brunt of the storm. More than 20 million people are under winter alerts. President Biden is taking action to curb gun violence as he met with survivors of a recent mass shooting in Monterey Park, California on Tuesday. In a speech, the president laid out the details of his new executive order on gun control.
This executive order helps keep firearms out of dangerous hands, as I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearm sales.
It aims to increase background checks, raise awareness of red flag laws, and crack down on firearms dealers who are violating the law. Ohio is suing railroad company Norfolk Southern over the toxic train derailment in East Palestine last month.
This derailment was entirely avoidable.
The state's attorney general says Ohio is seeking damages and civil penalties. Dave Yost added he's also seeking a declarative judgment that Norfolk Southern is responsible. The White House says the U.S. is not intimidated after Russian jets intercepted a U.S. drone.
According to the Pentagon, the two Russian jets were flying in a reckless, environmentally unsound, and unprofessional manner when one of them clipped the propeller of the U.S. drone.
We have been flying over that airspace consistently now for a year. Actually, before the war.
National Security spokesman John Kirby.
And we don't need to have some sort of check-in with the Russians before we fly in international airspace.
Kirby says this is not the first time Russia has intercepted a U.S. aircraft in that region. I'm John Schaefer.
Russia's ambassador said Russia does not want confrontation with the U.S., but according to him, quote, American aircraft have no business being near the Russian border, end quote. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Signature Bank is being sued by shareholders after it was taken over by state regulators in New York. They say the bank perpetrated a fraud when it said it was in good position financially just before collapsing. Signature Bank is one of the financial institutions to fail in recent days. The other was California's Silicon Valley Bank. John Sorensen with the Iowa Bankers Association says Americans need not worry about most smaller or regional banks in the U.S.
Silicon Valley Bank was in a part of the country that had a great deal of startup tech company activity, some crypto activity as well. That really comprised their customer base.
He says risky banks are often faster growing and subject to rising interest rates. Credit Suisse being ID'd as the next bank that could be in trouble. Not just the U.S. State Department, but authorities in Texas are also warning Americans against traveling to Mexico for spring break anywhere along the border. The Texas Department of Public Safety says the volatile nature of drug cartel violence and other criminal activity are a significant safety threat to anyone that crosses the border at this time. The warning comes after the kidnapping and killing of Americans in Mexico earlier this month, and the U.S. State Department issuing a do-not-travel advisory for the border state where the incident happened. New York Congressman George Santos is filing paperwork to formally declare he's running for re-election in 2024. Santos has vowed to serve out his current full term despite being under a number of investigations. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. Hour number 2. Here we go. Rolling into hump day. And our number 844-3388. I'll give you the latest on the banking sector coming up here. First, I want to get back to the calls. Doug chiming in, I believe, about the speed limits and the speed limiters. Morning, Doug.
Good morning, Steve. I just want to get my thoughts too. I wanted to chime in about some of the speed limiter and some limiter stuff, and some of the drivers who like the previous caller was talking about, like the Amazon drivers, pedal to the floor. Unfortunately, most of the drivers in our industry, by percentage, don't have any idea that this stuff is going on. The speed limiters, the stuff that the FMCSA does, they don't even know who or what the FMCSA is. They don't know what OOIDA is. They don't know any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when you tell them, you get a blank stare and complete apathy. And it's a problem. And it's like the regular population of the United States. Most people don't know what the CBDC is, the central bank digital currency, any of the stuff that's happening. They're not awake.
Mm-hmm.
It's apathy, and it's discouraging. I don't know what else to say. I guess that's all I wanted to
when it comes to
say.
When it comes to the truck drivers, Doug, when you're going through like your driver training and whatnot, is it a matter of should this stuff be a part of the routine training to get a certified driver's license, a CDL?
I suppose, but you're going to have to change some of the inputs. The only incentive that these training schools have is just to get the driver the license. It doesn't seem like there's anything else involved in training a driver. And then you have drivers that have little to no experience training the drivers that have experience.
Right. That's a problem, yeah.
These guys don't know. These guys that are training the drivers have honestly no idea what's going on. Like I said, they think they do. And I don't want to sound like I'm the end-all, be-all, but that's just the way that's the situation.
Well, you're right about the fact that if you've got a driver that's a relatively new driver, 6 months experience, they may have some bad driving habits, and you're expecting them to go out and they're teaching potentially bad driving habits to every new driver they train.
Absolutely. I'll go even one step further. There's a difference in a person who has had it as their childhood and lifelong ambition to be a truck driver and part of this industry, opposed to a person that, I need a job, I'll be a truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference there. And I feel like a lot of drivers today, most of them, there are exceptions. There is a large percentage of drivers that pay attention. But by and large, the largest percentage of all truck drivers don't care, don't want to know, and don't have any idea. It's unfortunate.
It is.
It's upsetting.
Yeah. Well, Doug, hey, it's good to hear from you. It's been a while. I appreciate you checking in, and don't be a stranger. You got some issues in this industry, huh? All right. Going back 24 hours ago, I was sharing with you some of the so-called experts in the financial markets were kind of alluding to the fact that, for those regional banks, for the smaller banks, if you were able to make it through the day, Monday, that the worst should be over. And then others were saying, no, this isn't going to be over in 24 hours. This is going to be just kind of waiting for the next domino to fall in the coming weeks, not days. Warnings have emerged of a wider banking issue on the back of the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, with a financial expert who predicted the 2008 financial crisis, warning that Credit Suisse may be the next to fall after the Swiss bank's shares fell to an all-time low on Tuesday. Switzerland's second largest bank, Credit Suisse, saw its shares fall by 5% in early trading Tuesday to a record low for the company after confirming some $8 billion in losses last year and admitting there was, quote, material weakness in its accounting system for financial reports. The bank's books were thrown into question last week after the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission contacted Credit Suisse to warn that it was in jeopardy of providing a misstatement over the accounting of cash flows in 2019 and 2020, forcing the bank to delay its annual report until this week, according to the Times of London. On Tuesday, Credit Suisse claimed that the weakness in its books resulted from a failure to design and maintain an effective risk assessment process to identify and analyze the risk of material misstatements. Credit Suisse CEO said that the troubles facing the bank were unrelated to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, telling Bloomberg that SVB credit exposure is not material. It's a very different situation. We're following materially different and higher standards when it comes to capital funding, liquidity, and so on. However, there are growing concerns. Credit Suisse, the Swiss bank, could be the second shoe to drop in a potential wider collapse. In comments provided to Breitbart London, Irish macroeconomists said that it looks increasingly like a possible general meltdown when it comes to banks. Losses on bonds and mortgage-backed securities are huge. Credit Suisse may just be amongst the weaker members of the pack. American entrepreneur and author Robert Kiyosaki, who correctly predicted the collapse of Lehman Brothers back in 2008, which sparked the global financial crisis. He has also raised alarm bells over Credit Suisse's situation. He explains the problem is the bond market. In my prediction, I called Lehman Brothers years ago, and I think the next bank to go is Credit Suisse because the bond market is crashing. The bond market is much bigger than the stock market. The Fed is up, and they're the firemen and the arson. The U.S. dollar is losing its hegemony on the world right now. So they're going to print more and more and more of this, just trying to keep this thing from sinking. The Federal Reserve and the FDIC are signaling hyperinflation, which makes gold and silver even better because the dollar is trash. They're going to print more and more of this fake money. This is what the Fed and the FDIC are signaling, that we're going to print as much of this as possible to keep the crash from accelerating. But they're the guys that are actually causing this to happen. All right, that was a completely separate report. Let me take you to another London banking report this past day, where they kind of break it all down. It's somewhat in depth, but I'll see if I can walk you through it. Now, it says, if I ask you to look after 75 billion pounds, okay, dealing with pounds in London rather than the dollar. If I ask you to look after 75 billion, where would you put it? Well, assuming you managed to resist blowing a lot on a lifestyle of spectacular hedonism, nobody's perfect, you'd probably walk into the bank and ask for 75 billion pounds worth of the safest investment in the world. That was the fatal assumption that led Silicon Valley Bank to become the second largest failure in history. As the 16th largest bank in the U.S., primarily serving the tech industry, when a promising startup company received funding from venture capitalists, they would often deposit the money with SVB. Well, during 2021, the amount invested by venture capitalists more than doubled on the previous year. $612 billion worldwide. Deposits were flooding into SVB, and the bank, faced with an apparently enviable problem of having more money coming in that they could even lend out. They invested $91 billion, or 75 billion pounds, into long-dated securities, like 10-year treasury bonds. Now remember, this was just 2021. A treasury bond is a loan to the U.S. government, which pays a coupon, an interest payment each year until it repays the money. The U.S. is the world's largest economy and has never defaulted on its debt. So $91 billion in held-to-maturity investments represented to somebody at SVB 10 years of guaranteed income from the safest investments in the world. But because the securities were bought in 2021, when interest rates were extremely low, I mean, we had interest rates remaining at about 0.25 point for the whole year. It also represented a $91 billion bet that financial conditions wouldn't really change. Well, SBV should have been reading The New Statesman, in which the Bank of England's former chief economist warned in June of that year assets across financial markets had been priced for a prolonged period of inflationary somnolence. Central bankers would be advised to raise interest rates sooner rather than later to counter rising inflation. Well, when the rates did eventually rise, SVB found they had $91 billion in assets that were worth less because they paid very little interest. Those were unrealized losses, money the bank would lose if they had to sell those assets. Those numbers grew as the interest rates continued to climb. At the same time, SVB's depositors began withdrawing their money, either because they needed to spend it, as the easy money from the low rates was drying up, or because they might get better returns elsewhere. So in between shrinking deposits and poorly performing assets, SVB decided to realize some losses by selling some of those assets to fix their balance sheet and pay for this painful but necessary operation by selling some stock. With the announcement they planned to do so, that amounted to an admission that something was deeply wrong. Depositors began to take flight, withdrawing $42 billion in a day's time. Even a serious bank with over $200 billion in assets cannot withstand such a run. Their share price collapsed, and Friday, the U.S. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, took the bank into receivership, as we know. Their UK subsidiary, Silicon Valley Bank UK, was purchased Tuesday morning by HSBC for £1. At this point, investors became a lot more interested in remarks that the chairman of the FDIC had made in a speech last Monday, March the 6th, in which he estimated the total unrealized losses of U.S. banks from holding these long-term securities that were purchased at lower interest rates is at $620 billion, after which bank stocks fell around the world. To answer the headline question, if we gave you 75 billion pounds, it would seem the person to blame is the person at SVB who decided to bet an 11-figure sum on interest rates not rising when inflation was already beginning to appear. But as investors' confidence in SVB fell, the run on the bank was precipitated and accelerated by the speed at which the rumors and the opinions are now able to spread via the likes of social media. The social network that made Silicon Valley rich were actually the undoing of Silicon Valley Bank, when those central to the networks the prominent venture capitalists began advising their portfolio companies to get out of SVB, what might have been a survivable balance sheet problem became a fatal liquidity crisis. But the collapse of SVB is also a symptom of something bigger and potentially still more serious in the long term. Central banks have spent 14 years pumping money into the financial system with this quantitative easing, which involves buying up, among other things, tens of trillions of dollars worth of government bonds. In doing so, they've created a situation in which nobody knows exactly what price to put on the most fundamental assets in the market. The supposedly safest assets turned out to be more risky than anyone ever built into a model. Through the quantitative easing, the central banks also drove a great wave of money towards riskier investments like these tech companies, as investors were looking for returns at a time of low yield. That was the encouragement of risk that created the venture capital boom, as investors sought to take some early stakes in companies that might, like Uber or Airbnb, raise billions. When they were listed in risk-hungry financial markets, central banks kept this party going for far too long, and they were slow to recognize that inflation was developing and that rates would need to change. They've now had to abruptly end the era of cheap debt with higher interest rates and the prospect of quantitative tightening, which would be selling off the bonds on their balance sheets, which would well compound the effect of the higher rates. The big risk in this situation is runs on bank. She warns that if, as has been suggested for this week's budget, the government seeks to fund its borrowing by increasing rates on national savings and investment, this could lead to increased withdrawals from banks. I wouldn't get too carried away at this point, she says. However, you got to keep your eyes open now as to what the next unwinding could possibly be. How many years have we been doing this quantitative easing? I mean, I'm thinking I can go back at least 5, 6, 7 years talking to Red Mule when we were discussing this printing, essentially monopoly money. Yeah, the United States has the ability to print as much money as they want. I think we're the only country that can do that. The only, and they've been doing it for years and years in the name of quantitative easing. And someday the chickens have to come home to roost. You can't, we said at the time, years ago, you cannot just continue pumping, and think nothing's ever going to come of it. All right, let's see. The banking collapse. Bradley chimes in here quickly. This is Swamp Monkey, a.k.a. Bradley, longtime listener since, say, 94 and 95. Been over here at Tyson Foods going on 17 years. Been driving tractor trailers for 38 years. I have a theory on this banking failure. It's not due to the economics so much as it is to corruption. They thought this would stop the feds from raising the rates. Didn't happen. So here comes the second attempt. I don't see any way of fixing this country without putting the military in charge, sadly. So right now we live in the most corrupt country in the world. I spent 11 years in the Marines, went on 4 deployments. This rips my heart to see what's going on. And I don't believe any election's going to fix it until the people of this nation are brought to their knees, begging for mercy from the Almighty God. We're on the fast track to hell. God help us, he says. All right, Swamp Monkey, thank you for listening in. Don't be such a stranger out there, and thank you for your service as well. 11 years in the Marines. Semper Fi, huh? Well, speaking of Tyson, working for Tyson Foods. Tyson announced on Monday they're going to be shutting down their Glen Allen plant in May of this year. Following statement was shared about the closure by the company, which says, after careful consideration, we made the difficult decision to close our processing, broiler, and hatching operations at our Glen Allen, Virginia plant effective May 12 of 23 and shift demand to other Tyson Foods facilities. While this decision was not easy, it reflects our broader strategy to strengthen our poultry business by optimizing operations and utilizing the full available capacity at each plant. As always, our team members remain our top priority. We're working directly with impacted team members to help ensure they have the option to apply for open positions and relocation assistance where applicable to other Tyson Foods facilities. We're also closely coordinating with state and local agencies to provide resources and assistance for those who choose to remain in Glen Allen. I have no idea how many employees that might affect there. Maybe someone else has the numbers out there. All right, about a minute before news break, after which we will get to back to your calls. It looks like we're packed and stacked here. Okay, so my apologies. I've been kind of rambling a few minutes there. Prices at the pump. Just a moment here to pass you the latest. Not much change over the past week. ProMiles releasing the latest national diesel prices, which is now at $4.38 per gallon, down about 1.8 cents from last week. Gulf Coast was the only region that actually saw an increase, up 2.5 cents, but there's still the lowest average price in the country. New England was the most significant drop at 11.5 cents there. Of the 9 regions reporting a decrease, New England was the most significant. All right, let's get a news break. And again, as promised, back to your calls on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The White House says the U.S. is not intimidated after Russian jets intercepted a U.S. drone.
According to the Pentagon, the 2 Russian jets were flying in a reckless, environmentally unsound, and unprofessional manner when one of them clipped the propeller of the U.S. drone.
We have been flying over that airspace consistently now for a year, actually before the war, but certainly since the war started.
National Security spokesman John Kirby.
We don't need to have some sort of check-in with the Russians.
Kirby says this is not the first time Russia has intercepted a U.S. aircraft in that region. I'm John Schaefer.
A Missouri man is facing a murder charge as he's accused of killing a police officer. Kenneth Lee Simpson has been hit with numerous charges for what happened Sunday night 80 miles west of St. Louis. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge and wrote to.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to the phones here, as promised. Looks like we may be taking a little bit of a step back in time. Yeah, Running Bear, who hasn't checked in. Hello, Running Bear.
Hey, hey, Steve, son of Bozo. How you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing well. I mean, according to the screen here, we haven't heard from you since we were about 2 months into the show, all the way back in 2021.
And I wasn't under my CB handle. I was under Brett. But I'm over here in Jackson County, Ohio. How are you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing well.
Hey, it wasn't the CEOs of Silicon Valley Bank that did that bank under. It was not. You want to know who it was?
Who was it?
It was Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken.
The actor?
Yes.
So,
it was the actor. Remember in The View in the Kill, him and Grace Jones was wanting to flood Silicon Valley and destroy it. He survived the blimp explosion, and he found some way to do this bank under.
Okay.
I'm joking.
Good golly. I was going to say,
good golly, Miss Molly.
That's got to be one of the.
Forgot about that movie, didn't you?
The biggest conspiracy theory I ever heard of. Yes, I thought you were trying to say it's Hollywood becoming real life or something.
Well, it might be. You know, it might be. You know, he survived the gigantic fall to the
Right.
San Francisco Bay in that big old blimp, and he swam all the way to Alcatraz, and he got on one of those tour ships to go back, and then he found out some way to mess up the bank, and did not have 007 or that hot chick to get him out of it. So
I
now,
hear you. Right.
all right, Steve. I thought I'd kind of joke about it. It's nothing to joke about.
Yeah, bring a little levity to things, but yeah, I remember A View to a Kill. Yes, and I love my 007s. What's going on, Cue Ball? Hello, Cue Ball.
There we go. My take off Bluetooth. Good morning, Steve. I've been doing some thinking, and sometimes, at least in my world, not everything is one specific subject or one problem doesn't explain one thing in one subject. Let me explain. So, I know I'm sounding terrible right now. I'm trying to figure out a good way to explain it. Have you ever noticed that there's a difference between ignorance and just incompetency? In other words, or even just being just straight up dumb. You know, or somebody dumb, I always explain it to my kids. You know, if I said stop being ignorant, they're like, you didn't call me stupid. I said, no, someone stupid has no way to getting the knowledge. You can sit there and explain it to them. You can literally press it into their brain. It ain't gonna stick. Ignorance is just, you're smart, you're just choosing not to learn.
Right.
And then, of course, what I think we're dealing with is, to some degree, mental illness, or just spoiled, rotten little kids that grew up into being spoiled, rotten adults that don't know how to look at reality. So, I've said many times that this nation is self-dividing. Not dividing like, you know, it's like the Civil War, North versus South.
Mm-hmm.
I've also talked to, politics world, it's red versus blue, and that's quite obvious. And even within the red, you can tell there's a dividing line in that as well. Now, when you start looking at stuff like the government and all the nonsense they're trying to pull with us with the trucks, and even just this banking scenario, let me explain to you. Let's something here, maybe, and it just back to the self-dividing thing. If you're a hiring manager for a large mega company, you're probably told what you're supposed to hire, as opposed to if you in your own mind sitting there looking at a job application, a resume, right? And somebody puts down on that application or resume preferred pronouns. If you work for a mega company, you already know, even if you think I probably wouldn't hire this person, we're dealing with mental instability and failure to grasp reality. You know, your bosses are like, you have to hire so many of these people because, you can't be real and understand that these people have a problem. So you hire them anyway. Where if you're a small business where the hiring manager is also the boss, he's not going to be willing to put his company at risk to partake in somebody else's mental illness. So you're going to hire the regular, straight-up worker, somebody that actually has a grasp on reality, that, time is valuable and money is money and numbers are numbers, like they mean something.
So
you look at a dollar and call it $100.
Are you getting to the point where, and I shared this the other night, that several are accusing the management of SVB of spending more time talking about diversity and the LGBTQ and inclusive hiring, and they maybe brought in people that had positions that they really had no knowledge of what they were doing?
I'm going to go here further than that. I'm going to say if you were looking for a job in the banking sector and you actually know numbers, you're not going to get hired there. But if you are driving in your car alone, mask wearing, you'll have two shots, 73 boosters, 5 bumper sticker and all of that, and you're looking for a place to work where you don't actually have to know anything, that's where you're going to go get your job. I'm saying not only do they not know what they're doing, but they specifically became the place for the mentally unstable to go to work. Hence, you have now the end results. Of course, these type of people, we're back right to the corruption of the government. These types of people donate because they know who to donate to. They do know that much. So they all knew that if it failed, which obviously it did, they knew that they'd be bailed out. Hence, they are. But it's not just the banking sector, Steve. It's positions in government. Do you really think these people that come up with all the rules and regulations for the trucks have any understanding at all about just basic driving, let alone truck driving? Obviously, they don't even know how to drive a truck. That's obvious. But you really think they even effectively know how to drive a car to come up with some of the real stupid nonsense they come up with? Like 60 mile an hour. Have they never gotten held up behind a slow truck before?
Right.
I mean, it's just common sense. And people with common sense don't wear masks in their car alone. They'll have 73 boosters, 2 shots, and Biden bumper stickers. That's the self-dividing. So the woke go to woke places where you can work, or they prefer to have woke employees, and people that actually know numbers, that understand that there is a difference in numbers, where it actually might be important to know how to do math when you're doing certain jobs in a shop. It's self-dividing. And now it's starting to become a problem to where in many industries you have too many people that can't understand the reality of numbers in positions where it is absolutely imperative that they do. They talked about a lot recently with the FAA and all the different near misses with these airlines and all the problems coming on with that now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just very similar to trucking. The airlines are trying to put meat in the seat because they got rid of, a quarter of their people? And now they're trying to replace it with people that are more worried about pronouns than how to land a plane.
Yep.
Again, back to numbers, back to reality. That's an overall problem. And until it's like go to look at some of these colleges, the crap that they're pumping out. The Stanford thing with these lawyers, or soon-to-be lawyers. Oh my God! It's like if you need a lawyer, it's like you really have to sit down and almost give your lawyer a job interview to see what kind of, do these people actually know something, or they just, talking a bunch of nonsense but can't win a case. It's all over the place. Schools have basically stopped teaching anything of value anymore, it seems like. So it's like, it's like common sense ain't so common. It's gotten so much worse now, where it's like, you can read, I'm a truck driver / mechanic, and I can read these articles about banking, which I have nothing to do with in my life other than if I have to borrow money, I go to the bank. That's where you put your money.
Mm-hmm.
But if I can read an article and understand what's being written, and I'm a truck driver, how in the hell do these professional bankers not understand that's their business? You would think they know. Oh, I forget who it was. I don't want to call. I think his name was Doug. Was talking about how many drivers out here don't even understand his own industry. I'm not saying every truck driver, and I don't think he was too, that every truck driver ought to do like I do, that not only own and operate the truck, but do the maintenance on it as well. But don't you think you'd be a little bit in tune to what's going on in your industry and understand what's going on? Between, how many drivers out here even know what the FMCSA is?
Right.
back to that. It's just meat in the seat. I don't need to know anything. I just want to be entertained. Oh, look, let me look at a TikTok of some girls working. Meanwhile, you're getting BF'd by the government, and you don't even know it. But, again, common sense ain't so common, and numbers is hard. But these college-educated idiots, they come rolling right through, and they don't seem to know anything other than how to partake in other people's mental illness.
It's the dumbing down of America. We've been talking for years about that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Steve, what have we done about it?
Well, just like the quantitative easing, you cannot continue to print and expect that you're never going to pay the price. There's going to be ramifications. And sadly, when you have these, as you call them, college-educated idiots being hired onto these woke firms and woke corporations, this is the impact that could potentially impact all of us, sane or not.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think it's ever been done at this level, and it's generational now. Because I'm thinking in the last at least 20 years, that's a whole generation. I don't know what officially a quote generation is, but it's one, maybe two, where it's like you've just allowed so many people to just run through the system educationally, where they don't really know what's going on, and now there's so damn many of them that I don't even know if half of the population really understand what's going on. And of the let's say even if it is 50%, if even 50% know what's going on, how many of them are willing to try to do anything about it or have the stones to do anything about it?
Mm-hmm.
That number got real small real quick, didn't it?
All right.
I don't know. I don't know where to go from here other than just I think in large ways when it comes to, at least in trucking, it's kind of like every man for himself at this point. I've given up on the whole thing where, we have our group that's going to go to Washington. Okay, when did they score a victory last? It seems like Washington does what it does. And people like me now are like, okay, well, you're going to do what you're going to do, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And obviously, anybody that knows anything about me knows I do it way different than everybody else for the reason originally of getting these people off of my back. Leave me the hell alone. But I'm one of a very select few to go in the direction that I went.
Right.
But that's as a group, forget it. You couldn't get, you cannot get a lot. You can get a lot of truck drivers to agree on things. The problem is, what can we actually do? Vote? Okay.
Well, if they're gonna,
sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to the regulations.gov website and make comments when they post it in the Federal Register. Will that make a difference? I mean, with 15,000 plus comments already made about the speed limiters, why are they even still going to introduce a proposed regulation? Well, because they read the comments, but they don't pay attention to the reality. All right, we got to get a quick time out here, but Cue Ball, thanks for chiming in. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, 15th of March. Craig sent me a little message earlier. Beware, Steve, beware of the Ides of March. I never really paid any attention. Is the Ides of March lucky or unlucky? Well, if you want to avoid bad luck, beware the Ides of March. Yeah, the date was certainly unlucky for Julius Caesar, assassinated in front of the Roman Senate, March 15. William Shakespeare kind of dramatized the event in his play about Caesar with the famous quote, "Beware the Ides of March." Okay. Let's get back to the calls here. And Jerry, I believe, is up next. Morning, Jerry.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Hanging with him. How about yourself?
Oh, yeah, just out here riding around. I've got a 2023 International with adaptive cruise, lane assist, and automatic braking.
Mm-hmm.
If I change lanes or go close to a lane, it'll beep like that. Did you hear that?
I did, yes.
Yeah. If I get out of my lanes, it'll beep at you on either side. If I've got my cruise on and I come up behind a vehicle, I'm doing 70, they're doing 65, the truck will adapt to whatever they're doing and keep a equal distance between us. However, if somebody in the lane next to me is getting ready to exit, it will lock on to them and slam on the brakes. It's scary.
That's got to be comforting. So what about? So
I've
how
had
about
it happen?
How about traveling to any big town during the morning rush where people, get just in front of your hood and jump in front of you?
That happened to me in Ottumwa, Iowa, and it locked up the brakes, and I slid. I called my truck shop and told them about it, and they're like, "Well, at least you're not hauling dynamite."
So so you're given a prime example, brand new truck, right? A 2023, and
yeah.
So the technology is not perfected, is what you're saying.
Now, some of the guys have pulled the fuses to this technology, but if they catch you in that, you'll be in trouble.
Yeah. Well, Jerry, are you a first-time caller by chance?
Well, I'd like to be, but I'm a long-time caller from years and years, and back when your dad was out there.
Well, if you're a first-time caller to the Hot Shot Secret studio, we got to get you a Hot Shot Secret code. Are you a user of Hot Shot Secret products? Have you tried them?
Well, I just bought a diesel pickup about 3 days ago.
Now, did you buy a new or a used?
It had 13,000 miles, 2021.
So that's barely broke in yet.
I know.
So I don't know. At 13,000, you probably don't even need the Stiction Eliminator. I would just probably go right to the FR3 friction reducer in the oil side and get you some Diesel Extreme there for the fuel side. And yeah, I'll hook you up with the coupon code.
That sounds good.
$60 coupon code. You just go to hotshotsecret.com and I've had some trouble with my email the last few days. I had a caller the other night, Mark. I've got you and Mark. I've got to get codes too. So yeah, just watch your text messages. That's where you'll get it via a text message. All righty. And I got to get to my news break here, top of the hour on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden has signed an executive order on gun control during his visit to California today.
This executive order helps keep firearms out of dangerous hands, as I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearm sales.
It also raises awareness of red flag laws and cracks down on firearms dealers who are violating the law. The president is meeting with survivors of the mass shooting in Monterey Park, California. The White House says the U.S. will not be intimidated after 2 Russian jets took down a U.S. drone that was flying over international waters in the Black Sea.
One of the Russian Su-27 aircraft struck the propeller of the MQ-9, causing U.S. forces to have to bring the MQ-9 down in international waters.
Brigadier General Pat Ryder says the U.S. has been flying in that airspace since before Russia invaded Ukraine. The Consumer Price Index rose in February by 0.4%. That increase was in line with what experts had predicted. It's also a sign inflation may be cooling off. However, even with the smaller increase than January's, inflation still remains high. But Wall Street closed higher on the signs that inflation is cooling. The closing bell, the Dow gained 336 points. The S&P 500 rose 64, and the Nasdaq jumped 239. The state of Ohio is suing Norfolk Southern Railroad over last month's toxic train derailment in East Palestine. The state is seeking damages and civil penalties. The state's attorney general is also seeking a declarative judgment that Norfolk Southern is responsible. The East Coast is getting pounded by a powerful nor'easter. In New Jersey, where the winter has been relatively snowless, folks had to get out and shovel.
Just a winter wonderland to play in. Just got a new snowblower and it works beautifully.
It's a wet snow. It's heavy, so they call this the Widowmaker snow, so you got to be careful. Take it nice and easy.
More than 20 million people are under winter alerts as that storm moves through the Northeast. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The federal government is joining a lawsuit against Rite Aid for filling prescriptions for opioids and other controlled substances that were not medically necessary. The Justice Department is accusing the drugstore chain of missing red flags as it illegally filed hundreds of thousands of prescriptions. The state of Texas is warning Americans about driving into Mexico for spring break. The Department of Public Safety says the volatile nature of drug cartel violence and other criminal activity are a significant threat to anyone that crosses the border at this time. In case you didn't know it, today is National Equal Pay Day.
National Equal Pay Day was established to bring awareness to the difference in pay between women and men for the same work. According to Census Bureau data, median full-time earnings are $10,000 higher for men than they are for women. President Biden is urging Congress to pass the Paycheck Fairness Act to make it harder for employers to justify disparities in pay. I'm Skip Kelly.
Actress Lindsay Lohan has announced she's pregnant. Lohan expecting her first child with husband Badar Shammas. She made the announcement on her Instagram page with a picture of a baby bodysuit that said, "Coming soon." Lohan and Shammas, both 36, secretly got married last June. And the 2026 World Cup in North America will have 24 more games than originally planned. The change will feature 48 teams playing 140 games over 40 days in the United States, Mexico, and Canada. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Rolling into a Wednesday. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Mike. Right, Hump Day, right? There we go. Turn the camera back on there. Now, who was it that I shared last evening that was stating, I think it was Horowitz, saying that as long as we have a Federal Reserve that operates as it does today, they get to pick and choose the winners and the losers. Someone this past day suggested, would this same scenario have unfolded if, say, a bank in Oklahoma that had a whole bunch of money in oil and gas drilling and things of that, would they have bailed them out? Of course, they're being very, very cautious to use. This is not a bailout. Well, of course it is. If you had $400 million deposited in SVB, and the FDIC's own rules say you're covered for up to $250,000, and you're going to get your $400 million, you're bailed out. Yeah, Breitbart tried to kind of break it down this past day. Silicon Valley essentially put the cost of ordinary corporate treasury prudence onto the banking system and got rewarded for it when the government broke its own rules and agreed to back even the largest deposits at Silicon Valley Bank. We all now know the joint statement from the Treasury, the Federal Reserve, the FDIC, that all deposits at not only SVB but also Signature Bank would be made whole. Because it poses systemic risk. Therefore qualified for an exemption to those normal limits on deposit insurance. Does this qualify as a bailout? Now, the official statement was clear in saying that shareholders and certain unsecured debt holders would not be protected and the senior management would be removed. The shareholders probably going to lose all of their investment. The holders of bonds issued by the banks may be zeroed out as well. It's possible they could be in for some recovery if the bank's assets prove to be more than enough to pay off depositors, but that's probably a long way off, and it's certainly going to involve losses. So this is not quite a 2008-style bailout. In that instance, equity holders were heavily diluted when the government issued the TARP funds to buy preferred equity stakes. They did not see the value of their stock go to zero. They were allowed to participate in the recovery of the companies. Holders of debts issued by the financial institutions were almost universally made whole, though. On the other hand, the move definitely has bailed out depositors who had more than $250,000 at the bank. In the ordinary course, these depositors would have received an emergency dividend payment sometime this week and certificates entitling them to funds from the sale of the assets of the bank. If a bank's assets can be sold quickly and for a price that exceeds the deposit liabilities, there might not be an impairment beyond a small delay. So far as we can see from public disclosures, it's not likely that the depositors would have eventually been made whole, or nearly so. Are the buyers? Where are the buyers? As we've seen, the banking authorities have not been successful in finding a buyer for the bank or its assets. The auction held over the weekend apparently failed. Reasons not known. Charlie Gasparino of Fox Business, though, has raised questions about the quality of SVB's loan book. Wall Street Journal's editorial page said that some regulators were trying to keep the biggest banks from getting even bigger by buying Silicon Valley Bank. More than likely that some of the largest banks have looked back at what happened after 2008, though, and decided it's not worth the risk of buying a large failed bank's assets, even at fire sale prices. Jamie Dimon, chief executive and chairman of J.P. Morgan Chase, said he regretted buying Bear Stearns and Washington Mutual because the liabilities associated with those two banks were responsible for something like 70% of the $19 billion in fines and penalties and buybacks his bank was forced to make. He said, we did not anticipate we'd have to pay the penalties that we were ultimately required to pay. Went on to say that he doubts if his board would allow him to even make similar acquisitions given that experience. But as a result, many of those with officially uninsured deposits, it's SVB, have been facing significant delays in recovering their funds. Reports that many of the Silicon Valley startups were scrambling over the weekend to find money to pay their bills. Some companies had tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars in Silicon Valley Bank. BuzzFeed, for example, had over $50 million. Roku said they had $487 million on deposit at Silicon Valley Bank. But in Roku's case, that was 26% of the company's cash or cash equivalents. So in their case, they had kind of diversified away from some of the risk by exposure to Silicon Valley Bank. Others had apparently put all their cash in one bank, leaving them vulnerable to potentially being unable to make payments to employees and vendors if their deposits were not immediately released. That's an admission of an abdication of basic risk management. All right. Turned out to be a good wager on the part of Silicon Valley. The venture capital community was able to avoid paying the cost of managing treasury risk by concentrating deposits in a single institution. When the bank went belly up because those same depositors rushed to withdraw their funds en masse last week, the costs were absorbed by the broader banking system. See, everybody else is having to pay the cost, all the other banks, which will ultimately pay. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Listen, man, I know night's kind of early, but looking like cue ball, man. Going to get the big cookie for tonight.
Okay.
Steve, I listen, man, when it comes to banking, all these terms being thrown around with investments and all this stuff, I'm ignorant. So for me, trying to make sense of what the heck happened, it's hard for me to understand. But watching a couple shows tonight and listening to the cue ball, it's really very simple. These banks, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not banks. They're not bankers, Steve. Follow me here. It's exactly what cue ball said here. I think it was on Jesse's show. There was only one person with Signature Bank that had any banking experience. They're all hired based on equity and diversity.
Yep.
So they have no idea what they're doing. And they said they've known for months that the interest rates were going to get raised. And as a result, anybody in the banking industry with any common sense would have known they're going to lose their money on these CDs. But they didn't do anything about it and failed to do anything about it. And part of it was either being just incompetent, but like cue ball said, they didn't care because they knew the government would bail them out. There was a list somebody put down on who all these people were donating money to.
Yeah.
And they were all donating to the left liberal Democrats. Same way with Silicon Valley. I mean, Steve, if you had to say, hey, man, if you're part of Silicon Valley in California, which way do you think they probably all lean? Right?
No two ways about it.
They're all part of the green New Deal. So that's cue ball nailed it, man. This is how simple it is. A bunch of ignorant, stupid people running a business they have no business on running. And if it fails, they don't care because they know they're going to get bailed out. And that's exactly what happened, Steve. Biden bailed them out. It's my understanding he was going to buy all the CDs. I think Bongino explained it as pretty simple in layman's terms, easy for me to understand, using simple math here. If all the CDs are worth $1 million, right, and the interest rate is at a certain point, and then the interest rate goes up, those CDs are now worth $600,000. So what the government did, what Biden did, is he bought all their CDs back at the $1 million price. So who's making up the difference in the $400,000, Steve?
Well, supposedly it's going to be fees on the banks, right? But that's what we've been saying for nights now. The fees on the banks are going to be fees on me and you.
Yes, sir. And they're going to have to print more money, which is like you talked about it earlier. They're going to have to print more money, which is going to cause inflation to just it's like a revolving door.
And if inflation goes up further, and then the Federal Reserve wants to continue raising interest rates, I mean, yeah, it's going to be a vicious cycle. It's a lose-lose.
Yes, sir. Yep. Anytime the government gets involved in anything, it goes downhill, let's say. Almost slipped there. Yeah, man. Rather than just letting them fail. You know, was it Tucker explained the way the banking industry worked back in the 1930s before the FDIC existed? People had to do their due diligence.
Correct.
Right? And research these banks, who they're dealing with, do they feel safe putting their money in this bank, trusting these people, because there was no insurance. Federal government wasn't going to back your $250,000. Well, now it's even over that. It's whatever, right? So things ran a little bit different then. Why is it the government has to insure our money in the bank? If you really think about it, Steve, why is the government getting involved in that? All right.
I guess I could only wager a guess that it's to give us a sense of security for putting money in the bank, you know, at least up to $250,000. Yeah, you can feel secure because banks need money to be deposited and sitting there so they can loan money to others. And that's the whole. So, I mean, I guess a lot of people, what's the old money in the mattress theory? If everybody hid their money in the mattress, the banks wouldn't have any money to work with.
If you're going to invest, Steve, there's always a chance, right? When Chris started his business, he was taking a chance, Steve, right?
Certainly.
So if Hot Shot Secrets didn't work out, should the federal government step in and say, "Oh, we'll take care of you, man"? The federal government has their paws in too many things, and everything they get their paws in, they screw up.
Historically, yes.
It's that simple. But you're getting into stuff that's way, way over my head, right? Steve, I only got a high school education. My education came on a flight deck, and it came working the streets out here.
I hear you.
That's my education.
Hey, you know, street smarts can be a good thing, though.
Man, I'll tell you. Hey, let's talk about Hunter Biden, Joe Biden family, the crime family here. Remember how we were talking about the bank SARs?
Yeah, did they finally? I'm trying to recall. Did they finally get a hold of those reports?
Steve, the Treasury Department has been fighting and not wanting to turn these SARs over. So, a Republican from Kentucky, James Comer, I believe it is.
Comer, yes.
Is running the committee on this. And they just found out they got one SAR. Just one. How many? 150? This one, excuse me, one SAR. They found out that $3 million was deposited into some Biden family members' accounts. And there was no business transaction between these accounts, so there's really no reason for this money to be deposited into these accounts, other than it's to buy Joe Biden. Right? So I guess what he was saying is the Treasury Department is finally saying, okay, we're going to be forced to give them to you. They were talking about bringing them in and subpoenas.
You're right, yeah, because the other day he said he was going to subpoena. I mean, it's just, all they're doing is buying more time if they don't turn them over anyway.
Yeah, and they've been dragging their feet, and I think when push comes to shove, they're going to have to turn some more over. So we'll see, but it's not looking good for the big guy. Man, hey, Zelensky's back at it again, Steve, over there in Ukraine. Right? We talked about this many months ago. Steve, he's over there shutting down Orthodox Christian churches, arresting pastors and stuff. What the heck, Steve? What's going on over there with this man?
Well, with
closing churches,
all of our focus on the banking sector right now, I haven't really been paying any attention to what's going on in Ukraine.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Diversion.
Do a little Google there.
Diversion tactics, you know.
Looks like a Russian MiG may be tangled with one of our drones over there in the Black Sea too. Steve, things are getting really out of control. I mean, if you just look around, all the signs, you know, are there. Especially with all this equity and diversion hiring people. That's what, you know, everybody in the Biden administration has been hired due to equity or diversion.
That's why we get to hear Karine Jean-Pierre every day. I mean, yeah, what about the dude?
Yeah.
What was the dude, the bald-headed guy that dressed in the women's clothes and stole all these women's suitcases and stuff at the airport? What was he in charge of? I mean, you talk about cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
And this is who we got running our country. And this, like Cue Ball was talking about, is our future. All these college students that are learning all this stuff, being brainwashed with all this stuff, we're in trouble, man. Something happened in Stanford today. A bunch of students walked out because a professor didn't call somebody by their correct pronoun or something. This is Stanford. So all our future judges and attorneys and lawyers are all going to be woke. They said that, I think it was Signature Bank, they were mandatory videos, training videos for their employees on the correct pronouns. This is a bank, Steve. That's the kind of stuff they were doing. And I think you've probably heard about their little music videos that they were doing, you know. Real quick, I'll get off of here, man. You're getting close to the bottom of the hour. It was either 98 or 1999, right around in there. I saw Payne Stewart take a 12 on a par 3 at the Memorial Tournament on hole number 12. It's a par 3. Take a 12.
Now, was he going back and forth and overshooting, missing putts, or what?
Well, there was some water to the right. His tee shot went into the bunker on the left side of the green. The flag was to the right side of the green. There was only about maybe 10 feet between the flag and the edge of the green, and it sloped down into the water. So his tee shot went into the bunker. His second shot went past the flag, rolled down into the water. So he had to go around to the other side of the water. He tried to lob one up close to the pin. It hit the top of the hill and rolled back down into the water. Pulled another ball out of his bag, right? Threw it down, lobbed it up, did the same thing, hit the top, rolled down into the water. Another one, hit the top, rolled down into the water.
Wow.
And what was so cool about him, Steve, he didn't get pissed off. He was joking and carrying on with the crowd, you know. You know, he was even like, hey, anybody got any extra balls? I seem to be out. Yeah, Payne Stewart took a 12 on a par 3. Memorial Tournament, hole number 12.
How about that?
All right, my
some
man.
days
Thanks for
just
taking
aren't
my
yours.
call.
Some days it's, you know, in the sports world. And it almost gets comical. What can you do? You almost just have to kind of laugh and say, yeah, well, screw it. I mean, I guess, there went my chances of winning this tournament. That's it. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Coming up, 5-7, Eagle is on board. And room for you as we make our way into a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden signed an executive order today on gun control during a visit to California.
This executive order helps keep firearms out of dangerous hands as I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearm sales.
It will also raise awareness of red flag laws and crack down on firearms dealers who are violating the law. The president is meeting with survivors of the mass shooting in Monterey Park, where 11 people were killed during Lunar New Year. Signature Bank is being sued by shareholders after it was taken over by state regulators in New York. They say the bank perpetuated a fraud when it said it was in good position financially just before collapsing. The period covered by the lawsuit is March 2nd through the 12th. Signature Bank, one of the financial institutions to fail in recent days. And the Consumer Price Index rose in February by 0.4%. The increase was in line with what experts had predicted. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
The facility itself is a modern marvel amid a community rooted in tradition. This weekend, it will shelter and showcase cutting-edge tractor and truck pulling power. So hitch up your buggy and set a course for Shipshewana. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. This Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th, the NTPA returns to the contemporary, spacious Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana, for the 4th edition of the Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals. More on the championship pulling contests themselves in just a moment, but one of the great things about a 2-night Grand National is the opportunity it affords the traveling fan to get to know a previously unfamiliar patch of this great land of ours. Shipshewana, for the uninitiated, is a town of around 700 citizens just minutes south of the Michigan border. Many of its residents and those of neighboring villages are Amish or Mennonite. Tourism is the area's major industry, from the massive market that runs through the warmer months to the Amish-themed shops and restaurants that are open all year round. Operating hours are geared to the rustic and observant lifestyle, so be advised that most businesses will close around nightfall and no alcohol can be purchased in town, away from the arena. But what you will find are coffee, bakery, deli, popcorn, and pretzel shops galore. The Michiana Event Center itself was completed in 2017 to host everything from concerts to rodeos across its 3 massive sections. This pull weekend, the staging building will be the paddock for a bunch of horses underneath beautifully painted coverings. The competitor coal pit will be accessible to fans throughout the day for photos and conversation, right up until it's time to tow the vehicles behind the Coliseum to the trade show building where the pull will be held. Little ones will have the chance to make their own full pulls on the staging building dirt, as the 1-acre fencing kiddie pedal pull will start on Saturday at 3 p.m. Thanks to Plevna Implement for providing the pedal tractor. Housed in the Coliseum building will be the Michiana Farming Show, also presented by Wakarusa Ag. Over 25 exhibitors have signed on to distribute information to and make connections with members of the agricultural and business communities. The farming show opens at noon each day and runs until the gates open to the trade show building each evening. And admission to the show is included in each poll ticket. Then at 6 p.m. each night, it's the main event. 5 classes of NTPA Championship pulling competition under the roof, but over a fully prepared outdoor length 300-plus foot track. Super Farm, 4.1 Pro Stock, Hot Farm, Pro Stock, and Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks will attack the Ironman weight transfer in turn and crown 5 champions each night. All the diesel fuel from those 2,000 to 5,000 horsepower engines will be sucked through a massive hose to the outside of the building, keeping conditions safe and hospitable for the fans. And the show should run a little more than 3 hours in all. Tickets are selling at a brisk pace in these final days before the poll, but you can still get yours at shopntpa.com/tickets. Visit ntpapull.com for event info and ntpa.tv for the live and on-demand broadcasts. And see what the Built for Big Mac is all about at its website, michianaevents.com. The NTPA continues to be honored to be the official sanctioning organization of the SHIP Shawana Spring Nationals and expects this 4th edition to be the finest thus far. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thanks very much, Mr. Dunlap. There you go. And back on a Wednesday. What do you say, 5-7?
Oh, too much. Most people say I say too much when it gets started. Let's go. I'll just throw this in, Pappy. They're closing churches because Russian Orthodox churches have been well used even back in the day of the Soviet Union, and they would have their spies. You know, their spies would be in the church. So that's part there. There's no religious freedom outside our country, I assure you. I'm worried because I keep thinking of the state troopers going down there in Kentucky, taking down license plates during COVID, while people are sitting in their car listening to their minister. A dire need for most people to have contact with their fellow man and with their spirituality with God. And that's as close as we've gotten so far is COVID, where they tried to tear our faith apart with fear. Canada, you can't even preach the first chapter of Romans without somebody in the crowd charging you with hate crime. I'm sorry, it's during a war. I'm not even really worried about that. It's what's moving in here and how they're attacking our faith here. The reason why I dialed up is when you come against a Marine, you gotta make sure you have your it together. So no, the military is not going to fix our country. Donald J. Trump confronted our military, and he said, well, okay, we're moving out of Afghanistan. Donald J. Trump tried to do that, but he seen it was going to be a disaster. And that's why he probably would have got us out of there legitimately. And Joe Biden just yanked him right out of there. Well, the problem they had with Donald J. Trump is, all right, what are we doing with all this material we got? These high-tech helicopters, the planes, the fighter jets. Oh, our military said, we're going to leave it there. He said, are you nuts? This is Donald J. Trump.
Right.
Are you nuts? Okay. They're the worst welfare clients we have in this country, and they don't worry about what the money. They just order it. They don't worry about the money. They can get the funding, and they just order it and they just leave it everywhere. So now that same military that's supposed to fix our country possibly could be in the hands of some of that technology, or even the weapons itself be in the hands of the Chinese and the Russians and be possibly shot back at our troops. So let's put it that way. We've got General Milley. I quit calling him Miss Milley because of Miss Milley that called in out of respect for her. And if she has ever took any offense of being compared to a nitwit for a general. What is Allen, the Naval Secretary? Look what they've done. Or wokeness forced them into these shots, weakened our military to. Our country is very well reflected by the weakness in our president, dotting around, don't know where to go, all the way down to Mitch McConnell, that he's fallen over himself, or somebody in that hotel finally got a hold of him, tried to knock some sense into him. We're losing our country while you guys are stacking the cash. So, but we go down there, General Milley. I mean, if the Afghanistan deal, I didn't see that coming. I'm sorry, but you warplane. There is nothing wrong with warplanes. I mean, I assume that our military is making plans for an attack from Mexico, or making plans for an attack from Canada, and how we would defend our country. These are friends, but you understand, you always have a contingency plan, and this is how we would do with their weapon system and how we would defend our country. And then you do that with every country on the earth. That's part of your job. There is no such thing as, I did not see that coming. So, all right, now, if you put that military, what you're doing to rebuild this country, what do you want this country to look like? I mean, there is absolutely, kiss your Constitution goodbye? I mean, you're totally annihilating our country, and we're not going to be free Americans anymore. We're going to be, I'm still trying to figure out, as a military, what are they going to set up? I'm sorry, they're socialists. They don't have, you don't have any private confronting and holding your generals to account. So we've got the best system on the earth, as messy and nasty as it is. And you know very well, I can criticize Abraham Lincoln as much as anybody else. I can tell you his fault. I can tell you about the South and their Constitution, including slavery, and confronting the Union with the Constitution that was not only voted for, but prayed for. Our Constitution is the only Constitution on this planet that was prayed for, and it was said that he said that God bless this endeavor. It was, and that's the only. And it's them little boys with them powdered wigs and them knickers. It's amazing how much power they left us in our day. So, you know what? I'm sorry, but and he was right. The Marine was right when he said this. The American people are going to have to be flat on their belly before they wake up. I believe you might have a point there. But because of our vote, because of our Constitution and our vote, we've got Jim Jordan brought these people in. People that obviously didn't think they would ever be questioned. And it's in congressional record.
We might get some answers. We might get some answers, 5-7. I've heard the message about the South. We all know that. But, the vote, as long as your vote is properly counted, it's not who casts the vote, it's who counts the vote. There are some issues there. All right, we had a couple of Russian Su-27 aircraft that apparently dumped fuel on and flew in front of the unmanned drone, the MQ-9 drone this past day. One of them actually ultimately striking the American asset, causing it to crash. According to the U.S. European Command, the Russian Su-27 aircraft struck the propeller of the MQ-9, causing the U.S. forces to bring it down in international waters. But several times before the collision, the Su-27s dumped fuel on the drone and flew in front of the MQ-9 in what they described as reckless, environmentally unsound, and unprofessional manner. This demonstrates a lack of competence in addition to being unsafe and unprofessional. Our MQ-9 was conducting routine operations in international airspace when it was intercepted and hit by the Russians, resulting in a crash and complete loss of the MQ-9. Not sure what the cost of that MQ-9 is. Let's see. In fact, the unsafe, unprofessional act by the Russians nearly caused both aircraft to crash. Our aircraft will continue to operate in international airspace, and we call the Russians to conduct themselves professionally and safely. They say it really just follows a pattern of these kind of actions by Russian pilots while interacting with U.S. and allied aircraft over international airspace, including over the Black Sea. These are dangerous, could lead to miscalculation and unintended escalation, as he reports. But let's see. Eagle, what's happening here on a Wednesday? Good morning.
Hello, yes, Steve.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah. Can you put me on to the next call? I'm driving to the truck stop. Can you put me on hold? I'm going to be the next caller.
Okay, I'll put you, let's see, click on this, return to queue. And then we go to Philip in Florida this morning. Morning, Philip.
Hump day, buddy. It's hump day.
Hey, Mike.
Gotta get going here. Hey, Mike, check. Hey, I want to talk a little bit about that drone thing you just talked about. That MQ-9 is no more than what a Predator, they used to be called the Predator when they first started bringing out those drones. Now, here's my question about this Russian deal. Take out the propeller of that drone, they would have to flown horizontal to the drone's forward flight. Take that propeller out. Or they would have had to stick a nose of their plane in the back of the air in the propeller, because the propeller on that plane is on the back of it.
Right, it's in the back, kind of like
So
between the back wing, right?
Absolutely. It's a Predator. It's a variant of the Predator drone. You can look it up on Wikipedia. It's all there. If you want to look up about those jets that the Russians had, they were Su-27s. Those were developed to counterpart the F-15 when we came out with the F-15. But nonetheless, some just don't add up with this drone thing. I mean, we've been reconning them. They know it. Did you hear a few weeks ago that we flew a plane up the middle of the China Sea, Steve, and recon China?
That's not ringing a bell, no.
Well, see, that's something that a lot of people haven't known. We flew one of our reconnaissance planes up the middle in the China Sea, off of China, and we recon China. Now, we do it every day. They call it a routine mission. I call it we're reconning them. We're doing no more than what we used to do back in the day. Now, do you remember Gary Powers in the U-2, Steve?
In the what? The U-2?
Yeah, you remember the U-2 crash that was in Russia with Gary Powers?
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay. We were reconning back then. I mean, we were doing nothing that we normally don't do anytime other. We were in international space. Yeah, we can put a drone in international space in Black Sea, and we recon them. We can sit there, and we don't even need to go over their area. We can look at it with the camera and see what's going on. So here's hindsight's 2020. Were we messing with them, or were they messing with us? Nobody was hurt. It was a drone. Now, no cry, no foul. Nobody got hurt. But I find it kind of weird that these guys are out there dumping fuel on a drone. They knew it was there. So it's one of those point your finger at each other type things. I don't think anything's going to happen out of it, but who knows? I mean, they didn't do nothing when the U.S. Cole got bombed. So, a drone is nothing. It's a throwaway piece. So the only person that got hurt was the guy who was flying the drone. But I do know that there is probably a video of this that's not going to get out because those drones have a ton of cameras on them.
That's what they're doing. Absolutely.
That's all I got.
They're doing surveillance, right? So, I mean, there'd be the front view, the rear view, and I guess that's got to be why they're saying it hit the propeller. And I was thinking to myself how they could do that, but I guess you could get above the drone just enough to maybe be able to clip the top of the propeller.
Those Su-27s they're quick fighters and whatnot, but they're also fragile. They are not a plane that you want to be hitting another aircraft with. I don't care what anybody says. Those planes are not made stout. They're not World War II era planes that were made really thick and kind of crude. These airplanes are highly machined and highly taken care of. I mean, they're manicured. So you can't tell me they just don't add up. Something just don't add up with me on the situation. That's my feelings on it.
Okay.
And we had a really good launch last night, Steve, over here with that crew supply mission that went off last night at the Cape. It was a great launch. It was an amazing launch.
So are we still?
That's all I pretty got.
Are we on track for the Thursday launch with that new 3D printed rocket thing?
As far as I know, we are. I think they're going to be from 1 to 4 like they did last week. So we'll see how it plays out. Okay. I'm hoping they get it up off the ground. That'd be really cool. There's also something that's different at the Starship. They're getting pretty close now. They've armor plated the orbital launch mount, and that was the last step before they're getting closer. So I got a feeling you're going to be seeing the Starship fly pretty soon.
All
I don't
right.
know if it'll be by the end of the month, but it might be in April.
Okay.
So stay tuned. Right.
Cool things happening. Well, thank you very much, Philip. You have a good morning. Well, speaking of, not only Florida, I shared the story a few nights ago, or was it last week? I don't know. Time flies, about this massive blob of seaweed that may be approaching the U.S. coastal areas. Apparently, it's not just going to be like the Florida beaches. Yeah, we're going to have to pay attention to this. And for those who like to make beach plans, places like Myrtle Beach and up and down the East Coast beaches in the coming months. And when we say a giant blob of seaweed, they say we're talking 5,000 miles. This giant blob of seaweed spanning 5,000 miles, weighing an estimated 6.1 million tons. Wow. 6.1 million tons of seaweed, which threatens to blanket Florida beaches and Caribbean islands with smelly piles of decaying ground goop. What a mess. Sargassum, the scientific name for the brown seaweed often found strewn across South Florida beaches, could start piling up in the Florida Keys in the next few days, they're telling us. Scientists expect Miami Beach to become a hot spot later in the sargassum season, which runs from March through October. This year's bloom is shaping up to be one of the biggest ever recorded, they say, since 2011. A combination of human activity and climate change has created a string of unusually large seaweed blobs. Every year for the past 5 years, it's set a new record for the biggest blob ever. Now, we cannot predict whether this year will set a new record. According to the team that tracks sargassum blooms via satellite and publish monthly bulletins, all we can say is this year will be another major sargassum year on the level of the average of the past 5 years. The problem with this sargassum, the seaweed itself is harmless. So if you're on the beach or whatever, you can walk through the seaweed. It's nasty, it's smelly, They say it does harbor jellyfish, sea lice, and other stinging and biting sea life. But when it begins to wash ashore in big quantities, it can create headaches. It rots under the Florida sun very quickly, and it smells very bad, which chases away tourists. Yeah, it's kind of, they say it's more like the smell of rotten eggs, because when it decays, it releases hydrogen sulfide, which can create health issues for folks who have maybe chronic respiratory problems. Heavy seaweed deposits can also smother the young turtles that typically hatch on the beaches between August and October. Plus, they say seaweed is expensive to deal with. Miami-Dade County spent millions of dollars, or spends millions every year, clearing up seaweed piles, either by cutting them up and mixing them into the sand, or by hauling truckloads of sargassum off to the landfills. Now, the question, where will this massive blob go? Now, they say it will not blanket Florida beaches evenly. The eastern seaboard of the U.S. will bear the brunt of the onslaught, he said, because the Gulf Stream pools ocean debris, including seaweed, north from the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, and kind of drags it along the Atlantic coast. In Florida, some of the barrier islands like Miami Beach, West Palm Beach tend to get the worst of it because they're out closer to the Gulf Stream. But the Atlantic beaches in states further north could also see blobs of seaweed. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter was slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden signed an executive order today on gun control during his visit to California. It aims to increase background checks for gun purchases.
My executive order directs my Attorney General to take every lawful action possible to move us as close as we can to universal background checks without new legislation.
The order would also raise awareness of red flag laws and crack down on firearms dealers who are violating the law. The president meeting with survivors of the mass shooting in Monterey Park, California, where 11 people were killed. A Russian aircraft hit a U.S. drone in international waters over the Black Sea today. Brigadier General Pat Ryder says the Russian jets were maneuvering in a reckless, environmentally unsound, and unprofessional manner.
Several times before the collision, the Su-27s dumped fuel on and flew in front of the MQ-9 in a reckless and unprofessional manner.
Ryder says the U.S. has been operating aircraft in this international airspace for quite some time, and this incident will not make a stop. A new study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association found that the mortality rate for children and teens spiked in 2020 and 2021. The increase in deaths was driven by homicides, accidental drug overdoses, car accidents, and suicides. The state of Ohio is suing Norfolk Southern Railroad over last month's toxic train derailment in East Palestine. The state is seeking damages and civil penalties.
Among the things we note in the complaint are Norfolk and Southern's escalating accident rate. It's up 80% over 10 years.
Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost is also seeking a judgment that Norfolk Southern is responsible. Signature Bank is being sued by shareholders after it was taken over by state regulators in New York. They say the bank perpetrated a fraud when it said it was in good position financially just before collapsing. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Experts say everything is going to be all right after last week's bank closures.
Financial experts are telling consumers not to panic after 2 bank failures. Chief investment strategist Michael Serio at Ashton Thomas Private Wealth says the latest bank failures are a far cry from the 2008 financial crisis.
Things were not rated properly. The banks' balance sheets were not in the position they are right now. Banks today are in much stronger positions than they were 10, 12, 13 years ago.
California's Silicon Bank failed on Friday, followed by the closure of New York's Signature Bank on Sunday. I'm Skip Kelly.
Convicted rapist Harvey Weinstein will not be getting a retrial in California. Los Angeles prosecutors say they will not retry Weinstein on the rape charges where the jury failed to reach a verdict. Weinstein was convicted in connection with one victim, but there was a hung jury when it came to some of the other accusers. He was sentenced to 16 years in prison and is already serving time after being convicted of similar charges in New York. Florida lawmakers are working on legislation that would lower the minimum age at which someone can buy a gun. The measure, which is moving forward, would allow anyone 18 or older to purchase rifles or other long firearms. It would reverse a 2018 law that was put into place following the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in South Florida that killed 17 and injured 17 others. Pope Francis is marking his 10th anniversary as head of the Catholic Church. The first Latin American pope, he began his role on March 13th, 2013. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Just like that, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Beware of the Ides of March. Yeah, March 15, 2023. All right, I put Eagle back in line there. And hey, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And all right, welcome back. Morning, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, gotcha. Go ahead, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay, yeah. I wanted to ask you, Steve, when it goes with this banking deal, I haven't had no problems with my bank, but what do you do in this scenario? Hopefully it won't come to that with my bank. My company, they direct deposit my money into my bank account from my weekly payroll. What would happen if the bank that I deal with had the same problem in California?
Yeah.
What would my job be able to do if they had no bank to deposit my money? What would happen? You know what would happen in that situation?
If they had all their, as they say, eggs in one basket, that's exactly what happened on Friday. There were numerous businesses that had all their money in that bank, and they could not make payroll. They had to tell their employees, you got to wait till Monday at the earliest to get your money. And technically, if the government hadn't done what they did to kind of basically bail them out, there were firms that would have not been able to pay their employees. You'd have been SOL.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering about. Because that's the way most people nowadays don't get paychecks no more.
Oh yeah.
Them days are over. They put my money. My company directs deposit my money, and I got a bank card or a debit card that I use to go to the ATM machine it ain't like the old days, back in the 80s and 90s where you had to go to the bank with a check and sit in line for 30 or 40 minutes waiting to get your check cashed. So, yeah, I was wondering what would you do in that problem well, like I say, I'm with Bank of America, so I don't know. They didn't have no problem last week, but that ain't saying that they won't have no problem in the future, Bank of America. So I'm looking around at other banks, to deal with if just in case Bank of America starts having problems, because I definitely don't want to have no problems with my weekly payroll.
Yeah,
coming into my bank.
Technically, they say Bank of America is one of those too big to fail kind of banks. If a Bank of America were to go under, I think that'd be the least of our worries. If they went down, everybody going down.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Okay, let me ask you this question, Steve. Maybe you can look it up after I hang up with you. This drone that Russia intercepted. Do you know what the value of this drone is? I know these things cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Do you know how much money one of these drones cost?
I asked that question, and according to Pappy, it's like $14 million.
Yeah. I know these things are very expensive. So this drone is not operational no more. $14 million is down the drain.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about because, I know those drones cost a lot of money. Like I said, Steve, Russia is playing a very dangerous game right now. Very dangerous game. Vladimir Putin is totally out of control. The situation. Like I say, all it takes is one mistake, Steve. People don't realize how close we are to World War III. All it takes is one mistake by the Russian government or the U.S. government or China government or anybody, and we could be all out nuclear war going on. So, like I said, they got to be real, real careful how these things transpire. I understand the U.S. they got the right to be over there, but you're dealing with a man in Vladimir Putin, Steve, that thinks that he's above the law. He thinks that there's no rules that are made for him, and he can do what the hell he want to do. So, this is a very dangerous man right now. But like I said, Steve, I'm still not completely worried about Vladimir. Like I told you over the last couple of months, he has nuclear weapons. If he was going to use them, he'd already used them by now. He knows his life is in jeopardy just like everybody else. Like I told you so many times, Steve, there's a big difference between being stupid and crazy, and Vladimir is crazy, not stupid. So let me say one last thing before I hang up with you, Steve, about this other situation that's going on in America, and that's with the situation with Aaron Rodgers, a sports-related issue. Aaron Rodgers, NFL quarterback. This guy here is a complete embarrassment to sports as far as I'm concerned. This guy here, I don't understand why anybody would want to go to New York anyway to play. He's trying to determine if he wants to go to New York and play in his career. With the tax rate, they say that he's due to make $60 million for 1 year of football play, which is totally ridiculous to begin with. But after he pays taxes on this money, I don't know how much money the tax is on $60 million in New York City, but it's a lot. That's the reason why a lot of professional athletes don't like to play sports for the New York City teams, because New York and California are the two most high tax-rated states in America. So Aaron Rodgers, he's trying to determine if he wants to go to New York and play. This is how bad it is for him right now, Steve. He's done wore out his welcome in Green Bay. He's done played so many games with these people over the last couple of months that Green Bay don't want nothing to do with it. They basically told him that either you go ahead and retire or you go play for the New York Jets because we don't want you no more. That's how bad the situation is right now. So hopefully tomorrow he claims that he's supposed to hold a press conference tomorrow and determine if he's going to play for the New York Jets for the upcoming season. But like I said before, Steve, the money that these athletes are making right now, you got an athlete right now for Baltimore that has just turned down over $200 million worth of money, and he says that he's being cheated out of $30 million. He said the $200 million is not enough money. The amount of money that these people are making is way too much. And the NFL, professional basketball, baseball, all these sports need to come up with something, because this money that's exchanging hands, when you're paying somebody $50, $60, $70 million a year to play a game, Steve, it's just totally out of control. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Good to hear from you, Eagle. Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. All right. And it is 844-844-3388. I can only recall one time where I came out from shopping somewhere and was going out looking. You ever look for your car? And I thought it was my car. Looked, same make, same model, and all that. And it had just happened that the vehicle was unlocked. I opened the door and sit down, and almost immediately, what the? I'm looking around like, something's wrong here. Oh, this is the wrong car. This somebody else's car. What the? I jump out real quick. Is it possible that you could get in the wrong car and not know it? And actually begin, drive around for several hours before realizing you're in the wrong car. In this day and age, I guess it can happen, because a man in Vancouver, Canada, did just that. Gained entry into someone else's Tesla Model 3 and drove off with it using the Tesla app on his phone. Speaking with Global News, Rajesh Randev said he thought he was getting into his own vehicle, which was parked next to a car almost identical to his Tesla Model 3. Now, he said, apparently I found some glitch. He said, I was in a hurry to pick up my kids from school, and I thought I had unlocked and jumped into my own car. I was able to get access, a hold of that person's car. But when I start driving, I realize, hey, there's a crack in the windshield. Confused, he said he called his wife to ask if she was aware of the crack, and she wasn't. What's going on? He then noticed the charger. The charger wasn't in its usual place. Soon after, the car's actual owner reached out to him. After 5-10 minutes, I got a text on my phone that says, "Are you driving Tesla?" The owner, who was able to obtain his contact details from a document in Rondev's car, informed him he was driving the wrong Tesla. Now, he said we were both laughing. I called the police as well. Police say they have my statement. They can't give me a file number because nothing really happened. But if something does happen, to let them know, and they'll investigate. Rondev said he was surprised by how he was able to drive someone else's car by mistake for almost 2 hours. Reports say the Tesla app grants access to the owner's Tesla, provided that the phone and vehicle have connectivity. Through the actual app, owners can lock and unlock the vehicle, manage the climate control, and find charging stations. Rondev said he unsuccessfully attempted to reach out to Tesla regarding the matter. Okay. Could you actually get in the wrong vehicle and be unawares for 2 hours? I'm thinking something just doesn't sound kosher to me there. But all right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, what say you? Do you think the good times are really over? I've heard a country song about that. Are the good times really over? According to the poll, most Republican voters say America's best days are over. Only 3 out of 10 Republican voters say they believe America's best days are actually ahead of us. Survey of 1,045 U.S. adults who are or lean Republican. Just 30% said Americans' best days lie ahead. 70% said they're behind us. SSRS Opinion Panel conducted the poll. A similar poll in September of 2019 found the same group believing the exact opposite, that America's best days were ahead. Well, keep in mind who was president in 2019. 77% at that time agreed with the statement that America's best days are ahead. Just 18% saying the country's best days were behind. Just 9% of those surveyed says America's values or gender identity and sexual orientation are changing the nation for the better. You get that? Less than 10% say this is a good thing. 78% saying this is changing things for the worst. 13% said neither. 79% said that the federal government is trying to do too much that should be left to individuals and businesses. 21% say it should do more to solve the nation's problems. Other questions. Former President Donald Trump slightly leads Ron DeSantis as the top choice as the 24 presidential nominee. Now, they're saying it's 40% to 36, almost dead even. 7 other political candidates trail with each in the single digits. The poll found 58% of those surveyed said Trump has a had a good effect on the Republican Party. 28% said bad, 14% saying no difference. So while Trump maintains the top spot, DeSantis leads the former president as a second choice for Republican voters by 11%, 31% to 20%, with former Vice President Mike Pence coming in a close third with 17% support as a secondary candidate. Now, for those that are supporting Trump as their first choice, 60% said they will definitely support him in the race. 40% said they might change their mind. All right, so interesting numbers for what a poll is worth these days, which I can't help but wonder. But Hillbilly, what do you say?
Good morning, Steve. Hey, that Tesla story you just read, does that mean if anybody could download the Tesla app and link into a car and take off with it?
I can't help but wonder. I like what you said. I must have found some kind of glitch. You'd think that there's got to be something synced up between your Tesla and your smart device, right?
Right.
I mean, if they're parked right there next to one another and able to unlock the wrong car, that's not good.
No, it's not. That means anybody just kind of walk up and say, hey, I get a free car, Tesla. But I'm sure they'll fix that pretty quick. Eagles question, I might have misunderstood them, but let's say my paycheck's direct deposited Thursday or Friday morning at midnight, or Thursday night, Friday morning, and the bank goes under Friday. Can I still get my money out?
Well, I guess it depends on when the bank goes on. If your deposit went in, you say Thursday night at midnight, and then the bank goes under, say, like Friday afternoon, that's pretty much, well, that's exactly what happened with the damn employees there at that bank. Remember, I shared the other morning, they actually paid out their bonuses to their employees, which they say they've always paid out their annual bonuses on the second Friday in March. They got their bonuses in their Friday morning pay, and then the bank got taken over by the FDIC literally hours later.
I mean, that's guarantee that the $250,000 protection that guarantees me to go get my money out, right? Or is it gone?
Well, the $250,000, if you've got $20,000 in the bank as an everyday individual, it may not be that day. I mean, it may take a couple days, kind of like what occurred last Friday. The funds were made available by Monday. Yeah, people, a lot of people, thousands, tens of thousands, didn't get their pay Friday morning, but apparently, I guess they were able to, push those through Monday when the banks reopened.
I got you. Now that Russian going after the two Russian jets with that drone, sounds like they were trying to dump fuel on it and get in front of it and put their afterburners on and light it off.
I was thinking
that's
what I was thinking. If they dumping fuel on it and then were they trying to catch the darn thing on fire or something, make it blow itself up or that's what I was thinking. But hey, got to get a news break there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden meeting with survivors of the mass shooting in Monterey Park, California on Tuesday as he takes action to curb gun violence. In a speech, the president laid out the details of his new executive order on gun control.
My executive order directs my attorney general to take every lawful action possible to move us as close as we can to universal background checks without new legislation.
Biden added that Congress should act to implement universal background checks and ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. A top Senate Republican says Russia's interception of a U.S. drone over the Black Sea should serve as a wake-up call to isolationists in the U.S. Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi added the U.S. should treat Russian President Vladimir Putin as the threat he truly is. One of the Russian jets flew in front of the drone and dumped fuel. A jet then hit and damaged the propeller of the U.S. drone. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. Let me get back to Hillbilly here. Yeah, you're thinking along the same lines I was. That's when they said that on several occasions, dumping fuel on the drone. I said, yeah, they dump fuel on it and see if I guess the engines would maybe catch fire.
Well, that's the engine. If they get in front of it close enough, hit the afterburners, I mean, maybe it'll be enough to catch it, light it off. But
yeah,
I
right.
was thinking, but
yeah.
this ain't the first time that the Russians intercepted us or we intercepted them in international space. It's been going on for years. I mean, they see an airplane up there, well, let's see what they're doing. I mean, that's how the movie Top Gun, the original Top Gun started. I mean, it just, it may not be like a missile lock like it was on the movie, but if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
But I mean,
Yeah, it's
it is,
we have we have a handful of U.S. Russian incursions up there near Alaska every year.
right. Wasn't it last month that we intercepted one of their bombers and a fighter jet there off the coast of Alaska?
Sure did.
I mean, it's like I said, it goes on for years. I mean, I'm not much worried about it. It just, I hope no one makes a mistake and gets somebody hurt. My biggest thing. About the regulations, Steve, what are these people thinking? I mean, have they got behind two trucks trying to pass each other? They're governed and back 5 miles. I mean, you slow them down even more, it's going to make it worse.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind. I mean, this was the request from the Truck Safety Coalition, all those advocacy groups. But that's, I mean, they're going to issue the proposal here in a few months, and I don't know. Is 63 any better than 60? I mean, there ain't a whole lot of difference.
No, it ain't. I mean, the company I drive for is 65, but it took me a while to get accustomed to it. But I mean, I get my job done, and I just sit back and let everybody pass me. But what gets me is they want to slow these trucks down, but they're making these cars and trucks go faster and faster. Why don't we start slowing them down? They're worried about safety.
All right. Well, because they know that the public response, the outrage from the public would be off the rails. It ain't going to happen.
And that coffin story that I call them a modern day tin cup, but is there a video of that? Him trying to 66 on that 100.
I wonder if there is. I mean, they're probably in this day and age, everything's on film. Probably.
I'm thinking, was his cat named Romeo?
Hey, open another box of balls. We're out again.
Right. All right, Steve, I'll let you go.
Have a good morning, New Billy. Thanks for checking in. Well, this sheriff, Polk County there in Florida, he's made headlines on more than one occasion. Yeah, Floridians would tell you, don't mess around with, what's his name, Grady Judd, I think? Yeah, Grady Judd, that's him. Don't mess with Grady. The devil is in the details. What are the odds? A churchgoer was hauled out of a sanctuary hall by deputies and arrested for murder Sunday morning. Polk County, Florida. All while Sheriff Grady Judd spoke at the service. Sheriff's office announced the unusual arrest of 56-year-old John Skeen, who was wanted out of Hillsborough County for allegedly shooting and killing his friend during a fishing trip last Friday. Deputies in Polk County located Skeen at the church after learning he was in attendance and were able to actually get him outside without disrupting the service. Skeen allegedly asked deputies if he could go back inside to dedicate his life to the Lord before going to jail. Deputies compromised by taking a moment to pray together before transporting him to jail. Grady Judd said, I guess you could say the devil is in the details. Noting that Sheriff Judge was a guest speaker at the service that morning. Now, Skeen was staying at home over the weekend in Ruskin, Florida, for a fishing trip with two friends. A verbal altercation broke out after the men returned home from a bar. Skeen allegedly opened fire on his friend, leaving him dead with a gunshot wound to the upper body. What should have been a fun fishing trip filled with great memories turned into a tragic weekend. According to Hillsborough County's sheriff, in a statement, Skeen has now been charged with second-degree murder with a firearm. An attorney listed in court records did not return request for comment this past evening. But Yeah, what are the odds? He knew he had done wrong. Looking to make it right with the Lord is. What can you say? All right, let's get to Mike.
No, I think you took the wrong call at this point. I think you should have been talking to Rambler here right now and see where we're supposed to go with that story.
Right.
So, I don't know. Yeah. So, anyways, hey, Mike. What day is it? What day? Watch your back, Your Honor. Don't let. Who's it?
The Ides of March.
That's right. So anyways, yeah. So hey, I got a story for you. We were at the old Sears store when Sears was in business, and we parked down where they do the auto repair because we always snuck in the back door by the tools and everything. It was usually easier to get in and out than the normal parts of the Sears stores there. You know, if you tried to go in near the clothing or whatever, it was always harder to get in and out. But back there by the tools and the lawn and garden and that is always pretty easy. And that's usually where the auto maintenance was. So we were there. We had two vehicles. The daughter was there. She had one of them Jeep Cherokees, one of them square boxy ones there out of the 90s. You know what I mean? The ones that got terrible fuel mileage. They got like 8 or 9 miles to the gallon. But, so anyway, she's got this Jeep Cherokee, and we parked pretty close to one another's spots, and we come out, and our car's there, and her Jeep Cherokee's missing. And I was like, well, what the heck? So we're standing there for a few minutes and talking and deciding what to do and deciding what to do about calling law enforcement to report the stolen vehicle. And next thing you know, it comes driving around the parking lot. Wheels back into a space about 2 spots down from where it used to be. And a service tech from Sears gets out of it, and I knew the vehicle and went over and latched the keys that he had in his hand out of his hand, and he's like, well, what are you doing? And I said, well, it's not the question of what am I doing, the question is what are you doing? Because I didn't realize he was wearing the Sears service tech uniform at the time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, get the hell out of the vehicle because you don't belong in there. And he's like, well, I was just working on it, and now I'm bringing it back out to lot. I'm like, what do you mean you're just working on it? This wasn't here to be worked on. He said, where the hell did you get keys for it? So he's got, we got looking at the keys, and, well, they put 2 new rear tires on it and done a front end alignment.
Okay.
But
Wrong car.
The Jeep Cherokee we had was green, and he was supposed to do it to a blue one. So we all went in and started talking to the service person there in charge, the manager there, and they were like, well, we're going to have to bring it back in and take the tires back off it. And I'm like, no, you're not bringing it back in and bringing the tires off it. I said, you're selling them to us at a discount. I said, if we pay for them, because, we've already been out here and aggravated and,
Yeah.
Had time lost and all this that, we shouldn't have and been displaced from what we should have been able to do. And so anyways, we made a deal, and we paid for one tire and got a free front end alignment because it didn't need a front end alignment anyway. But then they had to go and do all the work again to the other person's vehicle, I'm sure, and explain to them why it's taken so long. But apparently the 2 vehicles were keyed the same. So the one key fit the other, and the other key fit the other. And
what are the odds?
At one point, truck manufacturers like Peterbilt, they only had like six or 7 different keys, and you had like a 1 in 6 chance of going up to somebody else's vehicle and being able to use your key in their vehicle. It wasn't that big a deal between Peterbilt, Kenworth, Freightliner. They all only had like 6 different keys, 7 different keys, so you could do that. But anyways, hey, if anybody wants to know what it's like riding around here, well, even less than 60 miles an hour, because if the speed limit is posted at 55 or 45 or 35, they can all ride with me, and we won't go over the posted speed limit. You can see what it's like to go down the road, and they're worried about the hazmat vehicles and being involved in incidents. Well, if you ride down the road with me, you can watch people on the limited access highways passing me on the shoulders, whether it's the right shoulder or the left shoulder or both sides at the same time. And when you get on the 2-lane roads with the yellow line down the middle, you can watch people pass you on the double solid yellow lines with oncoming traffic, and tell me where that's less of a hazard than if I was going with the flow of traffic and people not wanting to pass me and try to get around me. Because I got news for everybody. Now, I don't know if y'all are going to think I'm cold, heartless. Maybe some of you think I shouldn't be driving this. But if somebody screws up in front of me and I can't stop, I'm driving right over the top of them. And whatever happens to them happens. I'm not wrecking my truck to go off the road or hurt myself if somebody does something to screw up in front of me, because the people I work for put me in a situation where other people are doing stupid things around me. So, as I say, I don't know if people are going to think I'm heartless or don't care about people, but whatever. I'm out here to do my job, and if people screw up around me and they get killed because of something they do, I'm not going to have any problem driving right over top of them. And I do have a truck that won't stop by itself. So if I can't stop it myself, then we're going straight ahead. It's kind of like a train on rails. It's where it's going.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm making a lot of mad people out there right now, but anyways, so
hey, you go back.
What else do we have?
Haven't we had that debate a time or two before? Something. What was it? Something about maintain your lane. Remember that?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Because the only place I'm right is between my two lines. If I'm outside my playing field, then I'm the one that's at fault. So anyways, yeah. So I don't know where else can we go. We've had a few things going on. I don't know. I guess you guys have pretty well covered the banking issue. I guess the sports things there. Eagle mentioned something about the sports play. Now, the one thing about Aaron Rodgers, if he goes to play for the Jets, I think they're based out of New Jersey. Both the Jets and Giants play over there in East Rutherford, their Giants Stadium. So unless they their office, I don't know where their corporate office is and all that. Maybe that's still in New York. I don't know. But so wherever they'll pay taxes from. But if they're out of New Jersey taxes aren't much better than New York at this point. So they're right almost together, same tax base. So that'll be about the same cost factor. But I don't know. When you get to the point that you're making $60 million a year, do you really look at where you're paying your taxes anyways? I mean, most everybody, in that situation has lawyers and CPAs and everybody else that knows all the loopholes and all the tax laws and all that. And for the most part, do they even really pay taxes? I don't know. All the people in Washington here always want to see the president's tax returns, but they never volunteer to show us theirs, do they?
Right.
Like Nancy Pelosi, did she ever volunteer to show us her tax return?
I don't know what they do. I don't know what they have to divulge. I mean, they do have to divulge some things, but they give numbers, like when they talk about their investments between 500,000 and 2 million, between 2 million and 5 million, those kind of things. Rounded numbers.
Yep. Yeah. It's never the exact document to show their tax return where it's at. But I don't know. You all know I've given up on all that high price sports stuff anyways. I don't have any need to go and associate and give them money because I don't know. I haven't found my Michael Jordan to give me money back. So I guess if I find my Michael Jordan to give me money back, maybe I'll go watch their team. But until then, we'll keep kind of plugging away and just do our thing. And if other people keep giving them money, then I guess they can keep getting their $60 million a year or their $300, $400 million contract for 3 or 4 years of playing. And as Eagle said there, I think some of them aren't even required to show up at all the games and still get their paycheck. So it's kind of a whatever deal. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about all we had going for you. Not a whole lot. If we can we're trying to stay on the mainland, Your Honor, but the wind is blowing so hard from the west. I'm thinking we might end up over on the eastern shore, or not even use the bridge to get there. I know one thing: you don't want to be holding on to the string with a kite out there this morning, because you will end up somewhere else.
So your nor'easter's still kind of blowing then, huh?
Well, I'm thinking it's kind of the wraparound winds, because I mean we just got solid strong wind from the west here. You know, there's clear sky and the moon's out and everything's pretty and everything, but the wind chill out there will just about tear you up. But we got about 33 degrees, so I guess between that and between the temperature and the wind blowing, I guess that's a good thing to not have frost. So the cherry blossoms might not get frosted this morning, but we'll see what happens tonight going into Thursday morning. What happens to the cherry blossom down there in DC?
Yeah, we're down to 21 outside the bunker at this hour. So all these, the blossoms, I said the pear blossoms are all, pretty much you can see the white. They're not in full bloom, but I don't think this is going to bode well for them.
Yeah, we got a bunch of them magnolia trees there that do the one-time blossoming, and most of them are out. But I'll tell you how hard the wind's blowing. We got one of these auto dealerships here that's got one of these gigantic flags.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 30 by 50 flag. It's got, I think, like 10 extra rings that go down the side there on the flagpole to keep it from getting the flag too far away from the pole. Where it goes up the inside of the flag. That flag is out straight, Your Honor. Hardly ever do you see this 30 by 50 flag out straight. And that flag is out straight, just flapping away this morning. That's how hard the wind's blowing.
It's a blowing.
So yeah, I'll tell you what. If there was a bagpiper piping, you might see more than you want to see from that bagpiper this morning.
Things you can't unsee. All right. Well, have a good morning. Be safe out there, and we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls here. What do we got? Pump got you coming up. Carl is on board. If you can hang in a moment. Eagle wanted to chime back in. You forgot to mention Colin Kaepernick. You think about his latest.
Yeah, you talked about it. Yeah, you talked about Colin Kaepernick last night. And you know how I feel about that guy. you said that he had disrespected his family. He had got adopted by a white family, and he had the nerve to say that he felt like his own family had discriminated against him. That's the reason why Colin Kaepernick has been outlawed from the NFL, Steve. This guy here is a disgrace. He's a disgrace not only to black people, but white people, too. This guy here is he's nothing but a troublemaker. You know, at one point I thought that Colin Kaepernick deserved a chance to get back into the NFL, but he would have continued to make the same mistakes. So I'm glad that the NFL did not allow him to get back into the NFL to continue his career, because he'll always be a troublemaker. He'll always have he's always on the wrong side of everything. And Colin Kaepernick should never go against his family. For him, like I said, for him to say that his family, white family, discriminated against him is just a total embarrassment for him to say something like that. And like I said, I found out, about Colin Kaepernick, his true colors, Steve. He said a couple of years ago that he was for blacks and police brutality. Over the last few black incidents that have happened with the police in America Colin Kaepernick is nowhere to be found. This last guy who got killed in Memphis and some of the other killings around America, Colin Kaepernick, only thing Kaepernick wanted was a payday from the NFL, and so that's what the NFL did, paid him money to go away, keep his big mouth closed. And like I said, Colin Kaepernick, he doesn't deserve the opportunity to play professional football. Anybody that doesn't want to stand up for the national anthem doesn't deserve the opportunity to make large amounts of money on the football field. So Colin Kaepernick, good riddance, my man. You wrote a check that your ass couldn't cash, and now you're on the outside looking in, and you'll never play professional football again. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Eagle. All right. So we are rolling toward news break, top of the hour, final hour coming up. Meanwhile, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. You'd be surprised how quickly that gas goes stale. Well, Sta-Bil Storage comes into play right there. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, so again, final hour coming up here. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass And the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden signed an executive order today on gun control during his visit to California. It aims to increase background checks for gun purchases.
My executive order directs my Attorney General to take every lawful action possible to move us as close as we can to universal background checks without new legislation.
The order would also raise awareness of red flag laws and crack down on firearms dealers who are violating the law. The president meeting with survivors of the mass shooting in Monterey Park, California, where 11 people were killed. A Russian aircraft hit a U.S. drone in international waters over the Black Sea today. Brigadier General Pat Ryder says the Russian jets were maneuvering in a reckless, environmentally unsound, and unprofessional manner.
Several times before the collision, the Su-27s dumped fuel on and flew in front of the MQ-9 in a reckless and unprofessional manner.
Ryder says the U.S. has been operating aircraft in this international airspace for quite some time, and this incident will not make a stop. A new study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association found that the mortality rate for children and teens spiked in 2020 and 2021. The increase in deaths was driven by homicides, accidental drug overdoses, car accidents, and suicides. The state of Ohio is suing Norfolk Southern Railroad over last month's toxic train derailment in East Palestine. The state is seeking damages and civil penalties.
Among the things we note in the complaint are Norfolk and Southern's escalating accident rate. It's up 80% over 10 years.
Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost is also seeking a judgment that Norfolk Southern is responsible. Signature Bank is being sued by shareholders after it was taken over by state regulators in New York. They say the bank perpetrated a fraud when it said it was in good position financially just before collapsing. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Experts say everything is going to be all right after last week's bank closures.
Financial experts are telling consumers not to panic after 2 bank failures. Chief investment strategist Michael Serio at Ashton Thomas Private Wealth says the latest bank failures are a far cry from the 2008 financial crisis.
Things were not rated properly. Banks' balance sheets were not in the position they are right now. Banks today are in much stronger positions than they were 10, 12, 13 years ago.
California's Silicon Bank failed on Friday, followed by the closure of New York's Signature Bank on Sunday. I'm Skip Kelly.
Convicted rapist Harvey Weinstein will not be getting a retrial in California. Los Angeles prosecutors say they will not retry Weinstein on the rape charges where the jury failed to reach a verdict. Weinstein was convicted in connection with one victim, but there was a hung jury when it came to some of the other accusers. He was sentenced to 16 years in prison and is already serving time after being convicted of similar charges in New York. Florida lawmakers are working on legislation that would lower the minimum age at which someone can buy a gun. The measure, which is moving forward, would allow anyone 18 or older to purchase rifles or other long firearms. It would reverse a 2018 law that was put into place following the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in South Florida that killed 17 and injured 17 others. Pope Francis is marking his 10th anniversary as head of the Catholic Church, the first Latin American pope. He began his role on March 13th, 2013. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We have one other tidbit in regards to the whole banking sector thing, which obviously you can tell the media is trying to say everything's okay, right? Don't panic. Which that's right. You don't want to panic. But it was a rather harsh blow to an already reeling sector. Moody's Investors Service this past day cut their view on the entire banking system to negative from what was stable. The firm, part of the big 3 rating services, said Monday, actually, they're making the move in light of key bank failures that prompted regulators to step in Sunday with the rescue plan. We have changed to negative from stable, our outlook on the U.S. banking system, to reflect the rapid deterioration in the operating environment following deposit runs at Silicon Valley Bank, Silvergate Bank, and Signature Bank, and the failures of SVB and SNY, according to the Moody's report. Moody's warned it either was downgrading or placing on review for downgrade 7 other individual institutions. Now, they say the moves are important because they could impact credit ratings and thus borrowing costs for the sector. In its downgrade of the entire sector, the rating agency noted the extraordinary actions taken to shore up the impacted banks. But it said other institutions with unrealized losses or uninsured depositors still could be at risk. The Federal Reserve established a facility to ensure institutions hit with liquidity problems could have access to cash. Treasury Department backstopped the program with $25 billion in funds and vowed that depositors with more than $250,000 at SVB and Signature could have access to their funds. We know all that. But Moody's said concerns remain. Banks with substantial unrealized securities losses and with non-retail and uninsured U.S. depositors may still be more sensitive to depositor competition or ultimate flight, with adverse effects on funding, liquidity, earnings, and capital. Now, bank stocks actually rallied this past day despite that downgrade. That's opposite of what would typically happen, right? The SPDR Bank Exchange Traded Fund rose nearly 6.5% in morning trade. Of course, the stock market like that, major industries were higher. The Dow Jones up nearly 450 points, a little over 1%. Now, Moody's Monday downgraded Signature Bank and said they would remove all ratings they placed, placing the following institutions under review for potential downgrades, to include First Republic Bank, Intrust Financial, UMB, Zions Bancorp, Western Alliance, and Comerica. Yeah, the firm noted that an extended period of low rates combined with COVID pandemic-related fiscal and monetary stimulus have complicated bank operations. Pretty much what we were talking about earlier, that the government has essentially, with their policies, kind of caused this to unfold across many in the banking sector. Again, that's Moody's rating service. I don't know if any of the other two, because there's a total of 3 rating services. Will others react? Will they be making any sort of statements? It's 844-844-3388. Carl, what's going on this morning?
Well, all right, Steve. Thank you very much for taking my call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got to agree with Eagle there about Colin Kaepernick. He's really has messed up his career, and I can't understand why he would want to mess it up like that. He was, I think, a Super Bowl quarterback at one time. I believe he was pretty good. I watched him. I remember seeing him play, and I was thinking, man, this guy's good. But he come up with some bad ideas about the protest in this country, about police. He's wearing socks with the pigs on the, on the socks and this and that. I can't believe it. Why he would want to hang out with the ladies of the View all the time, every day. But he's just really just kind of, I don't know, he just messed up. But getting to the Russian thing, I was in the Air Force, and I don't know of any American Air Force pilot that would want to make contact with anything in the air like that, including bird strikes or anything of that nature. So these Russian pilots, they saw this drone as an opportunity probably to have a little fun. And they were getting in front of it like you all were discussing earlier about dumping fuel on it and probably, no doubt, doing their afterburner, trying to burn it up and this and that. So apparently they did a few rounds of interdiction with this drone up there and just decided, well, we need to just take it down. So they just kind of, I don't know. They must have made a mistake and hit it, because I can't understand why they would want to purposely, intentionally hit this drone.
Well, yeah, and run the risk of downing their own plane. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be stupid. So stupid. I mean, I can't imagine what would have happened had the Russian pilot who supposedly made contact with this drone, if he went down in the drink there on the sea. I can't imagine what would we be talking about right now. So that would be so awful. I mean, for them and us too, and it would just be a dilemma. But this thing about the Russians. Okay, this is the wrong administration, Biden. He's the wrong president at this time for all of this to be going on, and our banking system is part of our economy, our economic engine, and we've got Yellen in there as a Secretary of Treasury, and we've got so many different people. John Kirby, he's up there saying things every day that's untrue and false, and then the lady who's the press secretary, she's just the ridiculous press secretary, and these people who are just lying to us on a daily basis about everything, even got the Pentagon lying about things, and we're in a bad situation right now, and this country is going to have to come out of it one way or another. but I don't even think Trump can bring us out of it in the next 4 years if he is elected as our president in 2024. I just can't imagine how he would do any improvement because this country is getting really bad. It's not just on all hands everywhere. It's not just a little bit, it's a whole lot. And in everything, it's just like a imaginary thing that you wouldn't never dream possible that could happen to this country. And we see our infrastructure. He's bringing up all these infrastructure things, but our roads are still in bad shape. And I'm driving on roads right here, right now in Chattanooga. They're terrible. All right, and I don't know. I don't see any improvement coming on, in the near future. But I'll just go ahead and get off here. But yeah, like I said, the Su-27 aircraft is a fragile aircraft. I agree with Philip on that. The F-15 is our air superiority aircraft, and it is 10 times better than the Su-27. And it had to be a mistake that they hit this drone. It just had to be because they've got a gun on that aircraft, and they could have shot that drone down if they really wanted it down. And and so really, I think they just made a mistake hot dogging up there is what they done. All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Carl. Safe travels there on those bumpy Chattanooga roads, right? All right. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Pappy earlier brought up the suspicious activity reports. Yeah, we've been asking for months to be turned over. I guess word comes down this past day. The Treasury Department will be giving the House Oversight Committee access to said reports, which are related to Hunter Biden and the Biden family's foreign business deals, according to Chairman Comer this past day. Comer said, I wrote to Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, in January, requesting information about the Biden family and their associations, the associates' business transactions that have been flagged by U.S. banks. This week, the agency told the committee it will provide lawmakers with in-camera access to the requested SARs. After 2 months of dragging their feet, the Treasury Department is finally providing us with access to the suspicious activity reports for the Biden family and their associates' business transactions. Now, I said it should never have taken us threatening to hold a hearing and conduct a transcribed interview with an official under the penalty of perjury for Treasury to finally accommodate part of our request. I mean, Hunter's been under federal investigation since 2018 for his tax affairs, an investigation that was predicated in part by those suspicious activity reports on some foreign transactions. Those SARs involved funds from China and other foreign nations. Comer has been pressing the Treasury for weeks to comply with his request. In February, he contacted the Treasury Department again to discuss their lack of accommodations. Now, earlier this month, he called on the Treasury Department official Jonathan Davidson, who serves as Assistant Secretary for Legislative Affairs, to appear before the committee for a transcribed interview to explain why the agency has not provided the requested information. Now that the Treasury agreed to provide access, that interview has been postponed, Comer says. But he explains, for more than 20 years, Congress has had access to these reports. But the Biden administration changed the rules out of the blue to restrict our ability to conduct oversight. Earlier this month, Davidson wrote a letter to Comer, which laid out the Treasury Department's process to ensure that the law enforcement sensitive material is identified and handled appropriately. But he said the process is well underway to respond to the committee's request. He said, we've been working to complete all the necessary review, including consultation with law enforcement agencies. These processes ensure that sensitive material extraneous to the committee's inquiry is not inadvertently disclosed, and that law enforcement sensitive material is identified and handled properly. He explained that review of law enforcement sensitive materials is a standard aspect of the process of providing Congress with access to BSA protected information. But all these processes, which are designed to ensure proper protection of potential or ongoing investigation and other law enforcement interests, are already well underway for your request, but they take some time. We're working to complete these procedures as soon as possible and consistent with the time frames for processing similar requests in the past, including requests received from committee chairs in the prior Congress that took months to complete. Kind of like everything takes a long, long time to get completed there in D.C. All right, good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. There's Steve in Columbus. Hope everybody's week's going well. Well, by day's end, we'll be halfway through the week. Start looking toward the weekend. Coffee's ready, and so is the car. Time to head into town, see what kind of trash is frozen to the dumpsters today. Everybody stay warm and enjoy the day. Yeah, things are kind of frozen out there. 21 outside the bunker here in Southwest Ohio. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744. Visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, you know, many of us got a little bit of an education about toxic chemicals, the train derailment there in East Palestine, Ohio, which, by the way, Ohio has now sued Norfolk Southern over the train derailment. See if we can update you on that coming up here. But in the ensuing days after the derailment, and the million gallons of toxic chemicals dumping into streams, eventually headed into the likes of the Ohio River, heading downstream, and concerns about drinking water, well water, which is ongoing there in East Palestine, and apparently it may go for years. But this past day, the Environmental Protection Agency proposing the first ever national drinking water standard for 6 cancer-causing chemicals known as PFAS substances. Polyfluoroalkyl, or kind of hard to pronounce. It's easier to say PFAS, but if they're proposing this for the first time ever, suggests to me we have not been testing for these cancer-causing chemicals in drinking water previously. This proposal is a major milestone in the EPA strategy to tackle the human-made so-called forever chemicals found in water, air, and food, which they say have caused tens of thousands of illnesses around the country. The proposal to establish a national standard for PFAS in drinking water is informed by the best available science. It would help provide states with the guidance they need to make decisions that best protect their communities. According to the EPA administrator, under the new standard, the agency will require public water systems to monitor for 6 PFAS chemicals. Again, if they're just doing this, we, for how many years, haven't been doing. What are we drinking? Any ideas? Now, in the new system, we'll test for these chemicals, inform the public if the PFAS levels exceed the proposed standards in the drinking water supply, and take action to reduce the PFAS levels. The administration has directed $10 billion to help communities reduce PFAS and other contaminants through passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law. But you're telling me we haven't been testing for this? How long have we been making forever chemicals? I guess that means they just don't go away, right? They don't break down. News break.
USA News Update. President Biden meeting with survivors of the mass shooting in Monterey Park, California on Tuesday as he takes action to curb gun violence. In a speech, the president laid out the details of his new executive order on gun control.
My executive order directs my Attorney General to take every lawful action possible to move us as close as we can to universal background checks without new legislation.
Biden added that Congress should act to implement universal background checks and ban assault weapons in high-capacity magazines. A top Senate Republican says Russia's interception of a U.S. drone over the Black Sea should serve as a wake-up call to isolationists in the U.S. Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi added the U.S. should treat Russian President Vladimir Putin as the threat he truly is. One of the Russian jets flew in front of the drone and dumped fuel. A jet then hit and damaged the propeller of the U.S. drone. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
The facility itself is a modern marvel amid a community rooted in tradition. This weekend, it will shelter and showcase cutting-edge tractor and truck pulling power. So hitch up your buggy and set a course for Shipshewana. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. This Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th, the NTPA returns to the contemporary, spacious Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana, for the 4th edition of the Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals. More on the championship pulling contests themselves in just a moment, but one of the great things about a 2-night Grand National is the opportunity it affords the traveling fan to get to know a previously unfamiliar patch of this great land of ours. Shipshewana, for the uninitiated, is a town of around 700 citizens just minutes south of the Michigan border. Many of its residents and those of neighboring villages are Amish or Mennonite. Tourism is the area's major industry, from the massive market that runs through the warmer months to the Amish-themed shops and restaurants that are open all year round. Operating hours are geared to the rustic and observant lifestyle, so be advised that most businesses will close around nightfall and no alcohol can be purchased in town, away from the arena. But what you will find are coffee, bakery, deli, popcorn, and pretzel shops galore. The Michiana Event Center itself was completed in 2017 to host everything from concerts to rodeos across its 3 massive sections. This pull weekend, the staging building will be the paddock for a bunch of horses underneath beautifully painted coverings. The competitor coal pit will be accessible to fans throughout the day for photos and conversation, right up until it's time to tow the vehicles behind the Coliseum to the trade show building where the pull will be held. Little ones will have the chance to make their own full pulls on the staging building dirt, as the 1-acre fencing kiddie pedal pull will start on Saturday at 3 p.m. Thanks to Plevna Implement for providing the pedal tractor. Housed in the Coliseum building will be the Michiana Farming Show, also presented by Wakarusa Ag. Over 25 exhibitors have signed on to distribute information to and make connections with members of the agricultural and business communities. The farming show opens at noon each day and runs until the gates open to the trade show building each evening. And admission to the show is included in each pull ticket. Then at 6 p.m. each night, it's the main event. 5 classes of NTPA Championship pulling competition under the roof, but over a fully prepared outdoor length 300-plus foot track. Super Farm, 4.1 Pro Stock, Hot Farm, Pro Stock, and Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks will attack the Ironman weight transfer in turn and crown 5 champions each night. All the diesel fuel from those 2,000 to 5,000 horsepower engines will be sucked through a massive hose to the outside of the building, keeping conditions safe and hospitable for the fans. And the show should run a little more than 3 hours in all. Tickets are selling at a brisk pace in these final days before the poll, but you can still get yours at shopntpa.com/tickets. Visit ntpapull.com for event info and ntpa.tv for the live and on-demand broadcasts. And see what the Built for Big Mac is all about at its website, michianaevents.com. The NTPA continues to be honored to be the official sanctioning organization of the Shipshewana Spring Nationals and expects this 4th edition to be the finest thus far. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
And of course, after Shipshewana this weekend, 2 weeks later, it's off to Louisville, Kentucky. The NTPA Action, Freedom Hall, final day of the Mid-America Truck Show. Things fire up at, I believe it's 5 o'clock there, Saturday evening, as the Mid-America Truck Show concludes. Of course, we'll be there, and some of our Hot Shot Secret sponsored poolers will be out there seeing if they can take home the prize, take home the cash. All right, from the Sunshine State. Ron DeSantis has been one standing up against the likes of the critical race theory, shoving things like that down our kids' throats in the schools. It's become a battle in various states all over the country. Another issue is what we are allowing children to undergo surgeries, changing from a little girl to a little boy and vice versa. And Governor DeSantis, his political team, released a video yesterday that shows you the graphic results of multiple transgender surgeries alongside President Biden's comments on The Daily Show, where he called the Republicans' policies in Florida, he used the word cruel. He was on Comedy Central apparently Monday night. Biden said, quote, "What's going on in Florida when it comes to transgender people is close to sinful." Now, DeSantis' video of those remarks on a split screen, Biden on the left, and still photos of a double mastectomy and skin graft scars on the right. The bottom of the screen reads, "Biden thinks it's cruel that Florida has banned these surgeries for children." What is actually cruel? Biden says in the video, it's just terrible what they're doing. It's like, a kid wakes up one morning and says, I decided I wanted to become a man, or I wanted to become a woman. I mean, what are they thinking? They're human beings, the president says. It's cruel. And the way we do it is we make sure we pass legislation like we passed on same-sex marriage. You mess with that, you're breaking the law, and you're going to be held accountable. Now, Biden didn't specify which policies he was criticizing, but Florida recently joined a handful of states banning gender transition surgeries and treatments like puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors, individuals that they're not old enough, according to the standard of time, to be able to make rational decisions. You're going to let an 8-year-old little girl have a surgery to make sure she never grows breasts? Those kind of things? Ron DeSantis says it is not sinful to prohibit the mutilation of minors. It is not acceptable for the federal government to mandate that procedures like sex change operations be allowed for kids. I mean, many of these things, you're changing, you're altering things that you can't change back later. I made a mistake when I was what? When I was 10 years old? Are you kidding me? That's the responsibility for parental guidance, to not allow these things to happen. But I digress. Hey, what's going on this morning, pup?
Oh, not much, Steve. Tell you what, I'm about sick and tired of listening to this transgender crap.
I know it.
Now
Yeah,
we got enough other problems to worry about. That song you were looking for is Snowball Headed for Hell.
when I was talking about are the good times really over? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Well, it's in the song.
Okay.
But we earlier in the show you was talking about that safety stuff. The automatic break-in and lane departure and stuff. We've got a new international LT that not only does that, but it can read stop signs or speed limit signs. I mean, if you're in a 35 and doing 40, it'll say you're speeding. It can read construction signs. It's crazy. But the worst thing they did is used to we were 65 on the foot feed and 68 on the cruise, but you could leave your foot on the accelerator pedal and it would overwrite that computer. Well, now you can't do that because if you put your foot on there, it slows you back down to 65. And the first night I drove that truck was dry pavement and a car cut in front of me, and I just damn near jackknifed the truck on dry pavement.
Wow.
And locked it up that hard. But you was talking about that banking stuff. You just watch in the next few days, there's going to be some stuff come out about that because that one special bank out there, that Silicon Valley Bank,
Yep.
that has been used as a Democratic slush fund bank. And that bank has issued a lot of money out for these startup companies, mainly for solar panels and batteries and hydrogen technology. And a lot of those people that had money in the bank, which they're only supposed to be insured up to $250,000, but due to, this is how fast Biden got on it, but like that governor of California,
Gavin Newsom.
Newsom, he's got a winery company, and all of his winery money is in there. He's got like millions of dollars in that bank. So his bank account's going to be all restored and everything, and there's lots of Democrats that are in there. A lady screwed up the other day, and she called it the Democratic ATM machine. Wouldn't you know, the Democrats are going to bail their own out first.
Well, I mean, I had seen numbers about that Silicon Valley Bank had made donation, like $73 million of donations to the likes of Black Lives Matter and other organizations like that. And that's not personal funds, bank funds.
Yeah, and they have given to almost every Democrat, Pelosi, Schumer, a whole list of them. You just watch, that'll come out. I didn't know if you had heard that yet or not. I heard that on Mark Levin and Sean Hannity both had a little bit on each one of them. But I was going to tell you about that safety deal in them new trucks, and they're going to cause more wrecks. They're going to take a guy that's a good driver or a girl that's a good driver and cause them to. Becky was telling me, Eskimo Mom, her new Freightliner actually will try to steer the truck back in her lane unless she's got like her turn signal on or something like that. And that's just getting crazy. So, I know you're getting to the end of the show and probably have more callers, but I had to hang up earlier because I got into the terminal and had to switch trailers.
Not a problem. All right. Well, hey, thanks.
Hey, are they going to get you tickets to that Ship Shawana truck pull?
Well, seeing as, because Josh, I'm sure Josh has the inside scoop on tickets for that. So
that's a pretty neat place up there. Plus, they've got, if you happen to go up there, they've got a great restaurant to eat at. It's called the Essen House, and they serve your food like a family dining type deal. They got great fried chicken and other food up there. Well, all right, big buddy. Have a good day, and we'll listen to you tonight.
You got it. Hey, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What's going on with the Scarecrow here on a hump day? Happy hump day.
Well, I'm glad to hear it is hump day. I've missed most of the program here, but yeah, appreciate you cluing me in there. Steve, I got to step back a couple hours here. I think I was probably coming in right after cue ball there. The comment was going to be he kind of stole my thunder. He was referenced, I think it was Doug way back at the beginning of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Something Doug had touched on, you know, the new breed of drivers out here, the whole mass, the whole flock, there's, like you said, there's very few that are in touch with what's really going on in the trucking industry and such. You know, and unless a person, you know, is a seasoned veteran with his ear to the ground, you know, unless he listens to, you know, some talk radio program, whether it's Overnight Drive or, you know, a daylight program or whatever, you know, they're probably not going to have a clue as to what's going on, and I don't know how to address that. You know, they're all, so many are hired as steering wheel holders, and that's what their particular company wants, you know. Moving on. Doggone. Hate when this happens. I was just wondering about all that moisture they're getting out west there now. Has anybody heard, is that affecting Lake Mead yet, or won't that happen until the spring meltdown takes place?
I'll have to do a double check. Seems like we checked on that about a month ago, and I think it was beginning to have some impact, but it had a long ways to go.
I'm sure that's too far west or east, rather, to be, you know, receiving anything yet that amounts to anything. But anyway, and then regarding that drone incident, now this is just my thoughts on the whole deal. Now, I'm guessing once they checked it out and found out it was a drone, you know, they went to work playing with it. My thoughts are it was their intent to down it. Just an idea that, you know, that jet came up behind him at a slow pace, and his intent was to hit him with a jet blast from the afterburner by pulling up quick over it. You know, and he maybe was a little too close and, you know, dropped the tail of his plane into the propeller. And maybe we'll find out, you know, if they do release any videos or such as to what that plane's attitude was. But no, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it was their intent to accidentally down that plane. And beyond that, there's casualness regarding pasture hockey, but I'll save that for Casual Friday. We'll let you get another caller in there. Thank you.
I was looking at the numbers here in regards to Lake Mead, and just, 2 days ago, or yesterday, Denver. Headline, Denver, the United States, says the Colorado River, the parched lifeline in the U.S. Southwest, supplying water to some 40 million people in 7 states, got a jolt in the arm from the 2022-23 winter, thanks to the snowpack that's melting and swelling streams and rivers. The latest projection issued, in January, from the Bureau of Reclamation, which manages the Colorado River Basin, was that Lake Mead could drop close to the lowest level since it was initially filled in the 1930s, with an above-average snowpack, though, in the states of Colorado and Utah right now. Hopes are that a slow spring melt could reduce that projection. Lake Mead's water levels have been rising overall since the end of July. As of Tuesday, it was at 1,045.96 feet above sea level. It's about 5.35 feet higher than last year's record low level. The unexpected relief from a historic drought that's gripped the region also has a downside, which is flooding. California's getting a double whammy: record snow in the mountains, monsoonal fronts invading from the Pacific, the combination triggering flash flood emergency warnings, sporadic flooding across the Golden State last weekend. FEMA said on their official website Monday, urging residents in parts of Central California and Western Nevada, pay attention to local officials as additional heavy rains and flooding were predicted. You've got that latest atmospheric river coming in as we speak. It's been coming through Tuesday evening and through the overnight hours. Yeah, but the snowpack, it is, in some places, it's incredible. And I was looking at a photo earlier. I can't remember which ski resort it was, where the ski lifts, which are normally 25 feet above the ground level, yeah, the ski lift chairs are actually right there at the snow level. In other words, 25 feet of snow beneath those ski lifts. And, of course, with this latest system, more snow coming in the higher elevations. So I don't expect Lake Mead is going to be replenished, because what's really transpired is the incredible amount of growth, the number of people that have moved into that part of the country, and they keep sucking more and more water out of the lake. They're overusing. So they're still sucking as much water out as they ever have. And so it'll replenish some of the waters, but until they find a way to not take as much water out of that reservoir at a pace they've been doing in recent years, it may never recover. But definitely this snowpack melt will be a good thing, probably through the spring and maybe into the early summer months. And we'll have to wait and see from that point, will they continue to see any sort of rainfall in California and the West as a whole, the Colorado River Basin. All right, John, when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, we'll have all the latest with the storm, the monsoonal system, not monsoonal, the atmospheric river impacting the West as we speak this morning. Will evolve into our next cross-country storm, which will bring with it quite a snowpack to the northern tier of the country, and the potential for more severe weather in the southern tier of the country. And that'll be unfolding for our Thursday into Friday. The atmospheric river swamping California is going to push inland out west and reorganize over the plains Thursday. So we'll have the latest on that for you. Break it all down when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams, give me my dreams.